Stream is live, okay?
The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here. This is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict. I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pop the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Shouter going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing about a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Let the seven know me now. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. And thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crowman. I'm joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And we have Lady Che as well. Lady Che is fresh out the hospital after 2 weeks from serious surgery. Thank you all for your thoughts and prayers. It's much appreciated. Then we got also we have surpassed 10,000 views. So that's great news. That's great news.
Great news. Great news. The Bucket should lose.
No, the Fakers lost, Shabaka. The Nuggets won. Remember, we Gold Rush State too. There was gold in our hills as well.
Man.
Which is why we have the pickaxe as our symbol.
There you do. Yep. Colorado became a state, the Centennial State, 1876. Right. A lot of black folks who was bum rushing California, and they decided to stay there in Denver, Colorado.
Yep, the porters and waiters. Yes, twin.
Yep. 10,000 views. All right. Hey, twin, what's going on, man? How you be? Okay, greetings from Sin City, ladies and gentlemen. It's 52 degrees right now. The sun had came out a little bit today. So we're getting ready to creep off and to the vernal equinox, the first day of spring in about 5 days. So the temperature is coming up. Now, for all you cave dwellers that say that we're the same.
I got to finish the intro.
Oh.
So yeah, on this season 4, episode 51, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is, of course, as Twin has already primed us for, tangibles.
That's right.
2025.
Yeah.
2100. So continue to make tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way up to 2100. We might have to extend it past that. But 2100, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
And stop using Black people to launder America's image.
Oh, yeah.
Then we got Democrats crash and burn over Chuck Schumer, Lady Che's favorite senator, Democratic senator.
Oh, yeah, that's great news.
Over him voting for the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear.
Yes.
His spending plan, or spending bill.
Yeah.
Then we got fake Sistagurl, Jasmine Crockett, as I call her, Crockett shit. Wants days to support immigration because we won't do certain jobs. Fuck out of here. I'm so sick of hearing that dumb shit.
Yeah, for real, man. Now tell me, just what the fuck is a black job?
Anything a cracker won't do.
Yeah, anything you don't want to do, the color troops will do for you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep, that still holds true in 2025, Shabaka.
Yeah, goddamn, man. It's been 80 years since the end of World War II. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we made marginal, how should I say, we made what they would call, what do they call that, Brother Che? The term was bullshit, but they're trying to show you it's making progress. But
prepackaged bullshit.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, you know. And then on my Shabaka's Black
Experience.
Hold on,
I'm not done yet, Shabaka. Those are still still got topics. Then we got BLM street mural removed in DC after GOP bill threatens city funding.
Mm-hmm.
Then are we supposed to even give a damn about this shit? Are we even supposed to be upset? Should FBAs be upset over BLM mural being removed in DC? I would say hell to the no.
No, as a diasporic African, I feel the same way too. Because, you know, they was up there making all that money. George Soros owns the goddamn 501c3 for it. And these broads is out here living in mansions in Topanga Canyon. And I think one of them didn't they mansion burn down?
Yep, it sure did, Shabaka. It sure
Okay.
did.
Great new, great new, great new.
Then we got Jasmine Ratchet again.
I see.
It's ENC plant. Then why anti-Black racists feel that they have had a major win against FBAs with BLM Mural being removed. Then we got radio caller leaks Black Caucus letter to Governor Newsom requesting reparations money for personal ties. Then, if we have time, investigation emerges after U-Haul truck filled with neo-Nazis is found outside Ohio school. Remember, we covered that, but there's more information about that subject. This is the one where the neo-Nazis thought it was cool to march down the street outside of a school in a predominantly Black city or neighborhood, and they got dealt with. They got ran off the block, and now the brothers and sisters we're gonna cover tomorrow are patrolling their neighborhoods. They're still doing it. So we're gonna cover that armed militias, and then we got falsely arrested Sista sues city for $10 million after facial recognition check failure.
Okay, so the facial recognition check should be the one that should be sued, not the taxpayers. Because when you sue the police, it's the taxpayers who is paying it. What did you call that there a while back, Brother Che? Qualified immunity, I believe.
Yeah, qualified immunity.
Yeah.
Which has to end in all 50 states.
Yeah.
Kahari's in the building. Shout out to Kahari.
What's up? Hey, what's happening, Kahari? How you be? How you be? How
We just hit 100,000 views or over. We just surpassed 100,000 views. I believe we did that on Tuesday.
100,000 views.
Yep.
Sound like somebody owe us some money.
Well, not yet, Shabaka. We getting there. We on the road to getting paid.
All right. Okay.
Just got to get our watch hours up. The problem we have now is the watch hours. We got to get the watch hours up. If we get the watch hours up to 10,000 watch hours or something, I got to look at the analytics again. And I got to give some people wrenches. I got to give Crew a wrench. I got to give Kahari a wrench and some other people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Twin says 100K views. That's on fire. Okay.
Yes. Lady Che is saying hi, Shabaka.
Yeah. How are you, Lady Che? Hope you feel better.
Yeah, she's in and out of sleep.
Okay. Yeah. Just go on and let her get some rest, because when you sleep, that's when your body does the most healing. Yeah. Rest is a weapon.
Yes, if you get to the REM sleep. The only time your body's going to heal is if you get to REM sleep. If you don't get
rapid eye movement.
Yep. If you don't get to that point, then you're not healing nothing.
Oh, okay.
All right. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for staying up late with us. That's going to be a long show. I'm going to try to make it as quick as possible, but it's going to be at least a 3-4 hour show.
All right. So it's 12:44. No, it's 9:44. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm putting this Bluetooth in so I could get up and walk around. And if I sound distant, then that means I had to, go to the kitchen or something like that.
Yeah.
Let's see if this damn thing decides to work.
It's all right. We know it's very sensitive. It hears everything, or it picks up everything.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to move us to the first topic, and that is, of course, the tangibles. And that's what we have started the frontline campaign off with, was the tangibles. Back then, it was tangibles 2020. Now we're in 2025, and ain't nothing changed but the year.
Right. Yep.
So
it's still coming up.
We're still going to continue to demand something tangible for a vote.
Right.
Jig is up, you Democrats. You're gonna have to do something
Right.
tangible if you want our
Right.
vote. Y'all got a rude awakening this past presidential election cycle. So we're gonna keep giving you more awakenings, or you're just gonna keep losing elections.
Right.
Either one, but we don't care if both parties collapse, crash, and burn.
Exactly.
We've been saying that since day one, so we've been very consistent. Consistently coming on Saturdays, consistently pushing the same message, which is the tangibles. If we're going to vote, we're going to get something tangible for our vote. Otherwise, we're not going to waste our time.
Yeah. And then I myself.
Because there's no way in hell that two parties represent the interests of 340 million people.
Exactly. Because all of them are in cahoots with each other. You see what I mean?
And 40 million of that is FBA. And they damn sure don't represent our interests.
Yeah, they don't represent diasporic Africans either.
Yeah, well, diasporic Africans, I'm talking about the ones that were born here, Shabaka.
And I'm talking about all of us that built the goddamn country. You see what I'm saying? For nothing. I mean, man, they steal our labor.
Or FBA, Shabaka.
Okay, but wait, they steal our labor. They stole our ideas, stole our patents. You know, like it was weird that you had brought up about old Edison and Alexander Graham Bell. You know what I mean? Yeah.
All they damn thieves and crooks.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And then that's probably why they had the damn patent office up there to put it up there.
Yeah, that's exactly
steal
why.
the motherfucker's idea.
That's exactly why, because back then the process was a lot slower. So whoever got the patent in first, that's who got the patent.
Yeah, it's like what they call claiming, out in the Wild Wild West when people were claiming silver mines and gold mines.
Yeah, whoever could produce the fee to file for the shit got it in first and then got claim to it.
And if you look at an old TV series called Bonanza, they have a lot of episodes dealing with that type of shit.
Oh yeah, they did. They had a lot of episodes. I used to watch Bonanza with my grandma.
Everybody watched Bonanza. It went into syndication, man, like for about 50 years.
Yeah, well, like I said, I used to watch it with my grandma before she passed. She's been gone for 10 years. She'll be gone. It'll be 10 years in September.
Okay. Condolences. May she rest in power.
Yes.
Yeah, both of my grandmas are gone.
She was a Black Panther too.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, got to keep the spirit going on.
Oh yeah, she was just barely awarded the New York 2021, and she got away with murder. So shout out to Grandma.
Wow, man, I wouldn't. Well, okay, yeah, shout out to her. Yeah, but I was about to say, if she was still with us, to say something like that, that case could still be used against you. But he's resting in power.
Definitely beyond the statute of limitations on any of that, and it was a self-defense.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's a big difference between self-defense and murder.
Yeah, she
self-defense. Self-defense is not murder.
And self-defense.
Yeah. So she was preserving herself.
Yeah. She did a lot of that. She tried to preserve me and my mom too.
Yeah.
And my grandpa.
Yeah. And then
2 years now.
Yeah.
I still got to make it out to his grave. I haven't been to his grave site since it's way out in Fort Logan, Shabaka.
Oh yeah, that's a stretch. Yeah, because y'all got Fort Logan, y'all got Fort Carson, y'all got Fort Morgan.
I think he got the 21 gun salute too. He was in the Navy.
Okay, yeah. Then they had to give it to him because he was a veteran. And the cold part about it is so many Black veterans that were treated wrong, particularly after World War II.
Yeah, because we didn't get the GI, like we qualified for GI, but they wouldn't give it to us because we were Black.
Exactly. And then two, and this is why I appreciate the heavyweight champion for refusing induction in 1967. And I had some trolls on my like page. Well, he was a coward, and I tell him, well, you get your lily white ass in the ring with him, and I bet you'll make a coward out of you.
Yeah, they didn't. None of them wanted to take Ali up in his prime on any of that. They had to wait.
And so
got Parkinson's before they even started talking any kind of greasy about him.
Yeah, and then on top of it too. So what I do with those idiots, man, I delete and block. Our sister off the East Coast told me that.
They waited till he was where he couldn't defend himself no more before they started talking ish. R.I.P. to Ali. Ali was a real one. He showed what a black athlete should be all about. His people.
Yeah, he did, and that too. And this is why I appreciated him during the Rumble in the Jungle, and because he had insisted that the only way he would take the damn fight that it would happen in Africa.
In Zaire. At the time it was Zaire, with the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and then it was called something else before that. I forgot what it was. It had a whole other name before the Congo. Before
the Belgian Congo.
Before the Belgium came in.
Yeah, and then they had killed Patrice Lumumba, as you know, in 1960.
Yep. Mm-hmm. It was another real one.
Yeah.
And
then let's not forget our man. Now let's not forget our man over there in Uganda. Dada.
Dada. No one fooled.
Nobody fooled Big Daddy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he used to make them crackers bow to him.
Oh, I loved it. You know what I'm saying? I loved it. And
all
then
right,
another quote, not getting off topic, I got to say this here, then we get to the tangibles. You know, Idi Amin had stated to the press, the worldwide press, he says, people, they say I have VD. Actually, I'm very dangerous.
I remember when he said that. I was a kid. I was like, Mommy, we're VD.
Yeah. He said he's very dangerous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was a kid when Idi Amin was ruling Uganda.
Yeah, but I remember Richard Pryor did a comedy act on Idi Amin Dada, but for him to become a head of state, he had to be educated. You know what I mean? Number one. And then also, too, I don't mean to go off topic, but I came across a very disturbing story that I'm going to research up on and we'll follow up on another time, maybe on the next stream out of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, where over in Uganda that there was a black woman that was a judge that allegedly had a quote unquote black slave. So I'm researching that. And then also too, I'm also researching about
we said from the very beginning, Shabaka, even was with Mile High News. A lot of those African tribes and kingdoms, because it was kingdoms and tribes. It wasn't countries then. It was kingdom, tribes, and nations. They owe reparations too. They owe us reparations.
For allowing themselves to be bullshitted. Yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm.
For allowing themselves to be bullshitted, and some equally collaborated with them.
But they was knocked in the head and captured as slaves too. Lerone Bennett proved that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Later on.
Yeah, you see?
But they still, worked with the kidnapper.
Yeah, and then when they got his ass down here to Goree Island, like my little sister did a presentation on a few years ago. Well, hey, man, this damn hole, man, we got room for 100 of them. Well, we got 50 of them right here. Throw them 50 in there, and go get them sons of bitches who we got them from. Throw them in there so we can make our goddamn quote.
Yeah, take them to Goree Island.
Yeah, and then keep in mind, Brother Jay, that as I read, and you witnessed it out of Lerone Bennett, $300 million motherfucking dollars that they made at that time.
So what would
$300 million
in today's?
That'll be about $500 trillion, man.
So what are we owed again?
The 6 trillion, 506 trillion
Not
dollars.
906 trillion. But that
Yeah,
number
there
is
you go.
so vast.
Yeah.
We just
Oh yeah.
started with 100 trillion. We the only
Yeah.
ones been saying 100 trillion. That's another thing that we've been consistently on. We've been saying
Yeah.
100 trillion for like 5 years.
Right. And then also too, be advised, people, for our listeners out there, if you're gonna have conversations with OTBs about the slave trade, delete and block immediately, because those are trolls trying to bait you to get your page shut down.
You need water? Okay. Hold on, I gotta get Lady Chase some water. I know.
All right.
I'm trying to.
Okay, well, anyway, moving right along here, ladies and gentlemen. So the tangibles is a debt that is owed. It's not a handout. It's not welfare. It is a debt that is owed. Now,
somebody's calling you. Hold on. I gotta read the thing, Shabaka.
oh yeah. Well,
Right.
I'm on the air right now. Okay. So this is a debt that is owed. You see what I mean?
Yes,
This is
a
not a
blood
handout.
debt. It's not a handout. It's a blood debt that's owed to us, and we come.
Exactly.
So with that being said, tangibles. This is 2025 now, but everything else remains the same. So
exactly.
We got 2025 now. They got local and state elections going on. 2026, you got the midterms going on.
Right.
I gotta plug it up.
So, and what you got to do is flip the Congress. You see what I'm saying? And keep in mind, people, I'm no longer able to vote, so please get out and vote. You know what I mean? It's because.
But if you're gonna vote, at least register to vote.
Yeah.
But if you're going to vote, demand something tangible for your vote.
And refuse jury duty.
All it is. Nothing but water.
And we don't get honest judgments in these kangaroo courts, and they're required by law, federal law, to excuse you.
I'm trying to
process take less than 30 seconds.
Yeah. I gotta get this fan going for Lady Che. I'm sorry, baby.
And then I'm just putting in some fillers here, Brother Che, until you get back. Okay, also too, Samuel L. Jackson, lost respect for him.
All right, I'm back, Shabaka. I can read it. Okay. In 2026 is the midterms, and 2028 is the next presidential election. But everything else.
And next Olympiad in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that too. Then we got foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus. It's like 55 years now. Malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms. And that came directly from Dr. Claude Anderson, who worked on the first affirmative action bill under the Carter administration.
Okay.
He's the one that told us about the malign neglect that both parties do, especially the Democrats. So it was in the Monahan report with Henry Kissinger.
Okay, that's during the Nixon regime.
Yeah, during the Nixon regime. Correct, Shabaka. So that's where that came from. So we're going to give Dr. Claude Anderson his flowers now while he's still here, because he's not a spring chicken by any means. He's an old rooster. He is in his 90s.
And then live long enough, young enough to see you being old so well.
I got to finish reading this, then somebody else can talk. Lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, downtrodden, underserved, marginalized, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, found Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to
Period.
spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag. And at that time, it was Tangibles 2020, and now it's Tangibles 2025. All
Yes,
the way
sir.
to 100. And shout out to
Yep.
He came up with this in 2019 by way of Dr. Claude Anderson and several other Black scholars at the time. So shout out to him for this. And we've been pushing this hashtag for the past 5 years and really implementing it at the local, state, and federal level. If ain't nobody offering us tangible, they're not getting our goddamn vote. And we've been running for office our damn selves during this whole time. Okay, baby. All right, go ahead, Shabaki. I got a 10 minute
5 minutes. 10 minutes.
Okay.
10 minutes.
Throwing the clips up. I need it for 5-10 minutes.
I got to get to the next topic then.
Hold on, let Jesse throw in a clip, please.
All right,
Please.
I got to tend to Lady Che, y'all. So
That's so much
I'm
pain.
going to move us along. Professor Black Truth going to give us an update on this. On stop using Black people to launder America's image.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the Yosifal syndrome.
Yeah, so the good professor is going to give us an update on that. And while I play this clip, I'm going to tend to Lady Che.
All right.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. One of the most interesting aspects of the predictable butthurt so many people have about the orange man and his shenanigans is that it's not different than it's ever been. Is he emboldening the racists? Sure he is, but no more than Biden did when he illegally funneled money to the police without requiring them to do anything for it, or Obama did when he blatantly refused to punish these race soldiers when they were killing Black people, and when he called young Black people thugs because they were resisting police violence. See, these are the things that embolden the white supremacists too. All Trump is doing is being honest about his intentions and how he's going to go about doing it. That's the problem that they have. See, I can handle an honest enemy. What I won't tolerate is a false friend. See, what they don't like is the fact that all of the open, blatant racism that Trump is carrying out could be the beginning of a discussion about what's going to be done to roll all this stuff back, to push back against it. And if you look at the Democrats' behavior, at least for the last 60 or so years, you see they haven't done anything. That's what they're really concerned about. All this racism and that they've let go on long before the orange man was in the White House. And now they're thinking to themselves, man, is this going to be the beginning of pushing back the public being led by the Black community, saying you're going to have to put some real agendas on the table against this? See, that's what came out of the 2020 uprisings. The big issue that year was punishing the police. Biden paid lip service to it by saying that there would be a White House level police accountability commission and a George Floyd Policing Act, neither of which he made good on. And then you had nigga Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper, whining and complaining that the very young people who put the Democrats back in power should be shut up from saying defund the police. After 2020, we started seeing the police finally being regularly charged and put on trial for their crimes. That wasn't because of the Democrats. The Democrats didn't pass one bill or even speak about a law regarding qualified immunity. They did absolutely nothing. It was the people in the streets who changed the social climate and made sure the prosecutors understood they're being watched now. That's what brought about a change as far as how the police can no longer expect to automatically be allowed to get away with murder. Not because of the Democrats, but because of the people in the streets. And that's what we're seeing going on right now. The Democrats have never been the ones who have been dragging America forward for the little inch or two that it might be perceived to move forward. A huge part of America's so-called soft power is this phony veneer, this fake propaganda front that America's some sort of country that needs to be emulated because it's so forward-moving and progressive. That's the reason why I consider Trump being back in office to be a great thing, because it verifies to the world that his first term wasn't some anomaly. It wasn't some wild one-off that would never recur. This is what America is. And a number of people are now forced to have to ask, is this what America has always been? Has it always been a lie? That would not have happened if you had Kamala Harris as president. Why does the world see the U.S. as being progressive, forward-thinking, or even civilized? It's completely and thoroughly because of us. Whenever people talk about the things that are good about the United States or decent or civilized, all of it, 100% of it comes back to us. It wasn't Irish immigrants. It wasn't Chinese immigrants. It wasn't Latino immigrants. It wasn't the people with the white European values. White European values is what gave the world chattel slavery. White European values is what gave the world segregation, the black codes, Jim Crow, the chain gangs, mass incarceration, the destruction of entire enclaves based solely on race. That's what white European values gave the world. Black values gave the world the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Black values are what brought about freedom riders and social change. Black values are what said that decency and justice is supposed to be what the society is based on. And every day that we have been fighting to bring that about, we've had the dominant society fighting tooth and nail against it. This nation was founded on barbarism and still carries it out today. But the lie put forward by the white media is that the struggle that we waged and the changes we brought about was somehow also agreed upon by the dominant society. Why, look at Honest Abe. Forget about the fact that he was a rampant racist. He said that he did not believe in the equality of the races, that he would see the superior position assigned to the white man. Right. He repeatedly said that if he could have held the Union together without freeing even one black person, that's what he would have done. He himself said the only reason that he called for the end of slavery was because he didn't have any other choice. But that's not the way that he's portrayed in all the movies. Spielberg didn't portray him that way in that Abraham Lincoln movie, and neither do any of these so-called documentarians. And the same thing goes for FDR. This guy was not some champion of civil rights. He was a stonewall against it. And the same thing for President Kennedy. And the same thing for LBJ. Oh, yeah, they'll sit there and show him saying his one little speech, we shall overcome. But they don't show anything about the fact that this man was just a good old boy from Texas who was no different than any other garden variety bigot from his home.
Just like Governor Bush.
Reality. But that's not what the white media puts out there. And because the white media saturates the world, they were able to basically show this lie that because black people waged our struggle inside the United States, why, the rest of American society was more or less on board with it, when the truth of the matter was we had to drag them kicking and screaming, and they've been fighting ever since to go backwards. They always put us out front, and then they claim that we're the proof that America has changed. Too many times, black people are only too jolly in the behind to allow themselves and even their children to be used as nothing more than PR props for the dominant society. And this is what fuels the phony narrative of American progress that the rest of the world is swallowed because America's lie reflects their own. What they're doing is like that fat chick. You know the one. In every group of females, there's always that one chick who's way fatter than the others. Even among overweight women, there's usually one who's just morbidly obese. They're always trying to hang out with their slimmer, fitter friends, though. See, the fat chick figures that by standing next to them, it makes her look slimmer, when in reality, she sticks out like a sore thumb. That is, unless she can get some of her fit friends to vouch for her. That's why they have a few front Negroes who get out there and talk that stupid we stuff. Family, don't ever let that be you. And don't let that be your kids either. Part of the reason we find ourselves having to fight for our survival is because we've allowed white media propaganda and their bootlicks to get us to be quiet about how we've been treated. And then in worst cases, we got empty-headed Negroes who get out there denying it. That's why it was so damnable when in 2004, Barack Obama was talking that gibberish at the DNC convention about there is no black America, there is no white America, only the United States of America. Now, whenever you hear a melanated, or in his case, half-melanated person vomiting out garbage like that, that's a Negro who's looking to appeal to a white audience. Because the central lie about America is that this country has always been making progress. That's the quintessential American lie. But it's one that's been told so often for so long, people have bought into it. In America, everything is always better now than it was before. Isn't that the lie? They tell you that because Barack Obama became president, things are better now than they were, say, in the 1980s. And in the 80s, they said things were better than they were in the 60s with the fire hoses and the police dogs and the assassinations of black leaders. In the 60s, though, they said that things were better than they were in the 20s and 30s with the lynchings. In the 20s and 30s, they said things were better than they were at the turn of the century with the white mobs who wiped out entire black towns and the race riots. At the turn of the century, they said things were better than they were during slavery. And during slavery, they said black people were better off than we were in Africa. So no matter what time period you're talking about in America, they always push the lie that, well, things are better now than they were just a few years ago. And you tell people that lie when they're young, when they don't know any better. People tend to mythologize and sanitize their youth. No matter how bad their upbringing was, in their own minds, they tend to turn it into a golden time in their lives. This is why you get morons like Candace Owens saying stuff like, when I was growing up in the 90s, race wasn't a problem at all. First of all, she's an immigrant, and you find a lot of immigrants who are only too happy to be able to repeat that, well, racism isn't really a problem, even when they didn't grow up here in the United States. Yeah, they know what the dominant society wants to hear, and they say that crap right up until white supremacy kicks them in the butt. Then all of a sudden, they suddenly realize racism does exist. Candace Owens was born in 1989. She was barely in 6th grade by the end of the 90s. The year she was born, Trump was taking out ads in the New York Times demanding the death penalty for innocent black teenagers. In 1991, when she was 2 years old, Rodney King was savagely beaten. The very next year, when she was 3 years old, the LA race riots occurred when the thugs who assaulted Rodney King were acquitted. In 1994, Bill Clinton passed Joe Biden's crime bill. And speaking of 94, O.J. Simpson was charged with murder, and the white media made a 3-ring racial circus out of that. Even after he was acquitted in 1995, Jeffrey Toobin coined the phrase the race card for that, and the white media demonized Johnny Cochran instead of looking at the racist cop Mark Furman, who had perjured himself multiple times on the stand. 1996, you had the St. Petersburg, Florida riot, which occurred, well, for the same reason as most of America's riots, because the police murdered an unarmed black man. And Ed Blum began his asinine jihad against black students in colleges and universities in the 90s as well. There were plenty of other racial incidents, too, during the 90s, such as the Million Man March, bans on rap albums, Michael Jackson being defamed through frivolous lawsuits, you have it. The 90s was absolutely saturated in all sorts of racial controversy and strife. And yet you got Candace Owens and others on the white right who are pushing this garbage that apparently the 90s was some colorblind, halcyon period of peace and prosperity in America where race didn't even matter. Everyone was colorblind now. These are people who mostly push white media fantasies. They talk about TV shows, but only the ones that don't deal with racial themes. There were plenty of TV programs, either episodically or the entire show, that dealt with race in the 90s. But that falls down the memory hole because it doesn't fit Candace Owens and the white right's narrative. You see, it's okay for her to go ahead and lie about her childhood because it doesn't cost her anything. She depends on the white right for every crumb of her daily bread. But it would be lethal if you as a black person tried to repeat her lies and live by it, because white supremacy won't play along with that delusion. Now understand something. Both the Democrats and the Republicans do this. That's why I have an image of the little boy that Trump had at his speech to that joint session of Congress. Everyone knows how racist America is towards black people and how blatant the Republicans are about it. So to have Trump focusing on a black person, well, that's meant to bestow goodness on himself. And this isn't even the first time Republicans have done a stunt like this. W invited the so-called subway Superman to his State of the Union address. This was a man, you'll recall, who was in the news because he had saved the life of a white man who had passed out and fallen onto the subway tracks in New York City. And this was during a time when W was getting dragged, at least by the Democrats, for how poorly his little wars were going. This was his way of getting himself some positive press, and the worst part was, it worked. And by the way, this guy had a number of meetings with a number of high-profile white people who couldn't wait to get cameras there for themselves, including Donald Trump, who said that he was going to be giving money to this man's family, ostensibly for his daughter, I suppose. No word on whether Trump actually came through on that promise. But nobody was mentioning then that, hey, isn't this the same Donald Trump who wanted the Central Park Five to be put to death? Isn't this the same Donald Trump who was discriminating against black people living in his apartments back in the 70s? No mention of that. Oh, they were treating him as the guy who was on The Apprentice. Nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody in the white media dared to bring up what a total contradiction it was for Donald Trump, of all people, to be calling himself making nice with a black person when his own record of anti-black racism was putrid, open, and undeniable. But the white media certainly seem to forget. So it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, a Republican, or at that time, a self-interested real estate fraud from New York. As long as you're using a black person as one of your crash dummies for a PR stunt, it's all good. The dominant society is supposed to use black people for that, to give themselves basically a morality laundering. Now, had that black man saved the life of another black person, do you seriously think the white media would have made such a cause celeb out of him at all? He was featured on all the networks and a number of talk shows as well. But do you actually think that he would have been invited to the White House if it had been a black person that he saved? This is part of how the white media programs black people. Sure, they'll call you a hero, but just as long as you're saving someone who isn't black. Both parties play this game. The Republicans are clumsy about it because their own attempts at being racially accepting flies in the face of their own nonstop anti-black racism. But you need to recognize that Democrats do the same thing, only they have more Negroes on the payroll and the white media is somewhat less critical about it. Coming out of the Bush years and the beginnings of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, there was all kinds of talk about how divisive the Republicans are. And while these points were valid, the problem is, rather than this leading to Democrats taking a hard line on pushing back and rolling back all the regressive moves that the white right had made during the Bush years, instead of admitting to the racial reality, instead, we got the cynical fraud of Barack Obama and the so-called post-racial America. They were trying to bury all of these wrongs that had happened, not rectify them. On a side note, you'll recall it was Henry Gates who coined that phrase, post-racial America. He thought that because his fellow Ivy League bootlick Obama was in the White House, that this would be great for boule like himself. Remember, as I've always told you, when you see these black celebrities and politicians talking about black, they're not referring to you and me. They're not referring to black people as a collective. They're talking exclusively about themselves because their idea of black goes no further than themselves, and it's literally only skin deep. So when Skip Gates and his ilk talk about post-racial America, they're talking about themselves and their own position in this country. Well, as with everything else, Skip Gates was dead wrong because no sooner than he uttered the phrase post-racial America, the real America came into his home and dragged him out in handcuffs. See, this bootlicking boule butt kisser may be willing to pretend that white supremacy doesn't exist, but the white supremacists didn't play along. America is always putting out the lie that the nation has turned the corner, when in reality, all this changed is the news cycle. The Democrats' goal is to make sure that the black grassroots do not box them in and corner them to the point that they have to make some sort of pledge to an agenda to push back against all of this rampant white nationalist nonsense that's been going on. Their goal is to maintain the status quo, and that means they don't do anything that's going to be empowering black people. I need everyone to understand that this is where the so-called 2026 midterms are going. I want you to be ready in case the Democrats call themselves doing what they've done in the past, like they did after the Bush years, and they start flooding the zone with all kinds of America is better than this rhetoric, and we're all one happy colorblind family before the orange man came along. They'll be sitting here basically doing a remake of Obama's There Is No Black America or White America crap. Because when they say that, what they're also saying is there's no need for us to actually do anything to rectify the harms done to black people because there is no black America or white America. There's just America. What's called for here is to admit the racial reality, to call white supremacy what it is, identify anti-black racism as the primary social disease in America that must be rooted out, and to specify that foundational black Americans in specific are its victims, and to put together slates, plural, of policies and the power of the state to crush this evil. To not merely roll back the white supremacist policies put forward by Trump himself, but also to crush these white supremacist operatives who've been running around, people like Chris Rufo, Ed Blum, and others, these white supremacist think tanks who have been allowed to use dark white money in order to push all of this anti-black agenda. Put an end to allowing groups like the Federalist Society to infiltrate their members into government. Now, this is not what the Democrats want. They've had 30 years to go after these guys, and instead they joined with the enemy. Look what they're saying and doing today. As we get closer to next year's midterms, Democrats are not going to declare war on white supremacy. Instead, they're going to start in with the happy. and they'll start sounding more like Candace Owens' delusional fever dream about the 90s than the hard realities of Project 2025. The same way Democrats and people like Joe Scarborough instantly switched from saying Trump is the next Hitler to instead saying we got to find ways to work with him, and instead of holding protests, they're holding up paddles. We can't let them set the tone or let them hit the reset button. And we can't let any Negroes get out there and be the face of any pathetic attempt to whitewash or clean up the U.S.'s image, because that's the super objective that they're going for here. Ultimately, what they're trying to do is they're trying to do a reset, which is going to basically involve, let's pretend as if the orange man didn't come along and all that white supremacist stuff, but we're going to leave in place whatever he did. Now, that we won't be changing. The same way that the Democrats made no moves whatsoever during Hillary Clinton's campaign to talk about all of the anti-Black policies that her husband Bill put on the books. And during Joe Biden's campaigns, not only would he refuse to even so much as apologize for what he had done, he denied all of it, and he had his little mouthpiece, Simone Manny Sanders, doing the same. So as Democrats see it, they're not going to let themselves get cornered on the idea that they're going to be required to push back against all these policies when upholding the policies and maintaining them is what they want. And we're not going to allow the next Barack Obama, whomever that may be, to come along and try to convince the world that America has turned the page. And this also goes for the big budget propaganda pieces that the white media puts on the movie screens and television screens, where they have someone, often people from foreign countries, who will portray a foundational Black American. And it's always going to be more of the, well, don't we all just get along stuff? No more of these images being put out there without us calling them out. We're not going to let them sit here and try to whitewash their image anymore. Too many Black people have basically cast themselves in the role of redeeming the dominant society. That's what a lot of Black folks think that they're doing. They think it's their job to redeem these evil white supremacists. And it's not. It is not our job to help them because they refuse to help themselves. We didn't make these white supremacists evil, so it's neither our obligation nor our responsibility to make them decent. It is way past time that Black people stop participating in this pathetic charade of trying to portray the dominant society as something other than what they are. No more using Black people as some sort of morality car wash. Until this dirty nation does right by us, let them wallow in their own filth.
Right.
Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors.
Yes, sir.
Seven Tahuti, Stephen Mayfield, Atu Hammond, Turk McKenzie, and LB. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Well, all right.
Go ahead, Shabaka. I'm back, but I got to run to the kitchen real quick.
Yes, sir. Okay. All righty. People, another thing, not getting off topic here until Brother Che gets back. Definitely safeguard all your social media accounts, okay? It's because what Stinky Bird is doing, I don't put nothing past them. Okay. Also to safeguard, on your mobile banking. Be careful of that. They got a lot of hackers out there, and they're busy as well, too. All right. So you will definitely want to keep that there in mind. And then also to stay Black, stay dangerous. Also to race first. Okay. Also to what I'm going to do is crumb bomb, as Brother Che has been saying all along, on these tethers. Coming here. I'm just coming here to take. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. But then keep in mind is that white America looks as us as all the same, okay? And then, and like I say, I stand on my square as a diasporic African. For those of you after me, if you all want to call yourself FBAs, that's fine. It's because I got fewer tomorrows than yesterdays. And if you're making some progress when I'm with the ancestors, I hope that you do. Okay, but however, another thing that we got to do is that we got to start controlling our own banking systems as well, too. Now, the dump, okay, he's putting on all these damn tariffs, on all these imported goods and what have you. So quite naturally, of course, the one who's going to get hit with it, man, is going to be the consumer at the checkout stand. Donald Duck does not care about us. I don't even think Donald Duck concerns himself with white people. You see, and I think that Donald Duck had made the statement many years ago is that if he was to run for president, he would run as a Republican, which he has done, and he had stated that these are the most dumbest, ignorant, stupid-ass people that he could take advantage of, and his selection proved it. Okay? You see, it proved it. Okay? Also, too, you black politicians. The only politician that I'm voting for, if I'm eligible for it, is Jesse Paris, a.k.a. Chan Krumah, for any office that he runs for that I'm eligible to vote for in the election. Okay, I registered to vote here in the silver state of Nevada. Okay, I've tore up my voter registration card from this state because they elected, for the U.S. Senate, old Scam Brown. You know what I'm saying? But this is Sin City, what's to be expected, you know what I mean? And also, too, is to emphasize black business. Now, with Trump getting rid of diversity, equity, inclusion, best thing to ever happen to black business, black family. Why? Because now we can go hire our own people. And for you black entrepreneurs striving to be tech giants and what have you, more power to you. You know what I mean? Because I'm in my twilight years, but hire your people first. Also, too, for you tethers out there.
Oh, don't forget Lady K. She's running for Aurora City Council.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So more power to Lady Che. And get rid of those dummy cops out there, Lady Che, that we spoke about, that I saw there in the city of Aurora. Cops sitting on the sideline like they in a police car. And they're dummies, because they...
Oh, they got rid of the red light cameras. It's either
they did?
or both of them got rid of it. Yeah, that's just illegal.
Okay, well, that's great. Because those cameras, ladies and gentlemen, can be lied and manipulated.
They'll double check when she gets out.
Okay. All right. And plus that, if a red light camera wants to issue a citation, it takes your license plate, then it issues you a citation. Okay, now, just to show you in these kangaroo courts, the hypocrisy, I always thought you had the right to face your accuser in court. Now, how the hell are you going to sit up there and debate back and forth with a machine? I mean, it makes no sense.
Back up,
and then they need to introduce legislation, both all at the municipal, county, state, and federal level, to get rid of red light cameras because it's a revenue generator. You see what I mean? They need to get rid of tolls on paying bridges. Why? Because the bridges that have been up for over 50, 60 years, they already covered the cost of that bridge, you see? And then not to mention that you had a lot of toll booth workers who have been put out of a job as well, too. See? Say they want to do it all by cameras and stuff like that. Say absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, and now when the hypocrites, when the rape and slave trading pedophiles had wrote up that hypocritical document called the U.S. Constitution, okay, it was supposed to be establish a more perfect union, right? Which it didn't. Also, too, it stated that all men were created equal. They didn't even believe the bullshit that they were putting down there. Say, thanks, twin. Appreciate you, twin. See, so they didn't even believe that shit for themselves. And then the only thing they want us to do is be subservient, Uncle Tim Scott's, what have you. And it's mighty funny that old Uncle Tim Scott was sitting there sitting at the lunch counter begging for a cup of coffee. And then old Uncle Tim Scott get up there with his stymie looking ass telling Trump, oh, I just love you, the bow, boss. When are we going to come out of that simple-minded, darky mentality, to quote a white racist by the name of Clark Gable, where he made that statement in the movie
Gable
called
was a black man. That's why he said that.
He was a black man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's one of them white pastors.
Oh, like J. Edgar Hoover.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All righty. Okay. And imitation of life and
That's
all
why
that
they
other
had
type
that.
of shit.
Remember that saying, tall, dark, and handsome?
Mm-hmm.
That's good. What about brothers?
Yeah, they were talking to, when they were talking about us. Yeah.
And then also too, when Clark Gable made that classic line in there, see Mac 285, yeah. And then when Clark Gable made that classic line to what's the woman's name? Vivian Lee, who played Scarlett O'Hara, when she says that you got a broken down wagon, an old man, and a simple-minded darky. You know what I'm saying? To get about the South. Yep. And then of course Miss Hattie McDaniel won a Academy Award for that. She was the first Black actress to win an Academy Award back in 1939, 1940, prior to World War II. But with Miss Hattie McDaniel, when she was sitting down there eating her meal at the banquet, she had to be segregated all off to herself. Just like here in Las Vegas, to find out that Frank Sinatra had wanted Nat King Cole to perform with him, and Nat King Cole had to sit and eat his meal in the back room, you know, away from the white folks. So Sinatra went there and told the owner of that hotel, saying, if that man cannot sit down in and eat with the rest of us, I'm pulling up out of Vegas and I'm taking all the acts with me. So shout out there to the memory of Frank Sinatra that I found that out right there. So that helped that Black entertainers here. Also, too, Ms. Lena Horne, when she came here to appear in the 1950s, you know, they didn't even want her daughter swimming in the swimming pool. And I forgot what hotel it was, you know what I mean?
It was,
and
was it the Roosevelt?
No, the Roosevelt Hotel, Brother Che, is in Los Angeles. That's directly across the street from the Chinese Theater.
Okay. So what hotel was it?
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was the Sands, I think.
The Sands in Las Vegas?
Yes, sir, which is no longer standing.
But it used to, where was the cross streets? Las Vegas Boulevard
Okay.
or what?
Okay, I think Las Vegas Boulevard. Hold on, Brother Che. I'm going through my mind right now. Okay, I think the Sands, man, was south of the Sahara.
Okay.
Because they rebuilt the Sahara Hotel.
So I remember I distinctly remember the Sahara, Shabaki. I remember the bathrooms being pissified. These piss all over the damn flow and the damn Sahara. They had that damn roller coaster they used to go by every hour.
That Metro Rail. They still got that ragged ass.
Not just the Metro Rail, but the roller coaster. There's a whole roller coaster outside of it.
Oh, that was the landmark where they had it up at the top of it?
Mm-mm. No, you're thinking of the New York. I'm thinking of the Sahara.
Okay.
There's a coaster right outside of it that goes every hour.
Oh, okay.
So there's a whole roller coaster in it.
Oh, okay. And speaking of roller coaster, great news, great fucking news. Let's turn back the hands of time, and I'm not getting off topic, Brother Che, but I went to Primm, Nevada.
Oh yeah,
bought me a California lottery ticket. Guess what? All them goddamn places over there are shut down. The place where little Sharice Iverson was murdered, shut down. Whiskey Pete's, shut down. You see what I'm saying? So the only thing that them damn developers are going to do is tear this shit down, bounce the wrecking ball off that raggedy shit and build something else.
The high-speed rail through
Wait a minute. You know what, Brother Che? Hold on, Brother Che. Yeah, that is exactly what it would be for. Yeah,
so that
makes a lot of sense.
T-Rex shit on 15.
Huh?
Remember the T-Rex project out here in Colorado?
Yeah.
They must do something similar in New York State, Nevada.
Okay. To take it straight there to downtown Los Angeles. Then they're going to have you get on the Metro Rail, and I think it's the purple line, I think. Okay. That will take you right over there to Exposition Park, and then your ass is gonna have to walk about a half a fucking mile to get to the gates of the Los Angeles Coliseum. So the city of Los Angeles is about to get paid real big. So we're putting it out there. So be conservative there if you decide to go to the Olympic Games in Los Angeles. You know, my favorite sports. Yeah, if you can afford it, because them tickets is gonna be high as hell, man. They really are. You say, and then my favorite Olympic events to watch is the women doing the hurdles and the women's track. I don't give a fuck who win. I just like seeing them sisters going around there, you know, wiggling around the corner. Now, before people say, Shabaka, you're being sexist and all that, riddle me this: what the fuck I'm supposed to do? Go out there and look at a bunch of goddamn men? But that's just me. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. You know. And then and from what I understand is that the 2028 Olympics will be the last Olympiad that they're gonna have the boxing in. So for all the young boxers, all the brothers out there is training who's gonna make it there, hey, go there, represent. You know, OTBs. Where's Jab at? Earth calling Jab. Frontline News calling Jab Jamboree. We need your input, sir.
Black news
about Olympic boxing.
Black first over here.
Huh?
We black first over here. You forgot the black. You left out the black, Shabaka.
Oh yes, sir. Black first. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Stand corrected.
Oh, Crew was playing his music, Mac Tape 285. I got to go over and subscribe to Crew Reality. He played
where is Crew?
He played 5 hours of his music, so he'll be joining us here shortly.
Okay, all righty. Okay,
he's highly talented.
Okay, Crew. Well, Crew, self-publish your work, man.
Hold on, can you hear Lady Chase, Shabaka?
Yeah, she's in the background. She has to get closer to the mic or take the mic closer to her.
I have to bring a laptop to her. Hold on.
No.
Yeah, because she sounds uncomfortable, and that's what happens when you get out the hospital.
You're too far away.
Yeah, ask me how I know.
The amount of respect I have for Ray is beyond ridiculous. Ray held me down in the hospital as we watched Jesse sleep through a show, but as abuse was happening, he was over there, you know, sitting there on the camera, you know, BSing and, you know, taking notes and whatnot. And during the time that these motherfuckers were fucking with me in the nighttime, and they forced me to, you know, be online or whatever. He's like Kari. He's definitely like Jay. You know, these like Twin, Mac. Like y'all ain't just people that tap in. Like y'all are like our family. But for me to be so fucking sick, like for me, I'm telling you that those are some good ass brothers. You know, and me and Shabaka had a 5-hour conversation, you know, about how we're gonna proceed in the future. And now that I'm home, you know, as soon as I get this pain under control, we can finish that because we got a ladies show to get through. It's very important. I've been watching a lot of nasty, ugly things that I didn't like with our sisters, and I don't like how our brothers are doing things either. I don't know if there's lessons behind it or what, but I watch a lot of reels, and I had something because, you know, here shortly y'all gonna see the anchorman.
Yeah, Romel's getting out.
Romel's getting up. He's getting out on passes, and so the anchorman and the revolutionary agenda is that's a mine and Romel understanding thing. And no matter how much I want to, yeah, he's getting out. So you're gonna see my actual looking twin looking, actual twin, and we're gonna get through a lot of things because also running for office, I got to do things differently, discreetly, because we have a pandering situation in the community, and don't let the shit deflect the message. It's not me. I don't do that. No way. I like that. I don't know what the first motherfucker said. Just tokenizing me, so you know I don't like to be pandered, right? But I have things I gotta get prepared for because we suffer from benign neglect, the black debt, the black tax, political theater, all these things. And when I say that Ray, our sister B, Ray and B kept it. Ray and Bianca kept it on the internet watching to make sure nothing happened to me for a couple hours here and there because they were punishing me, medically punishing me there. And now that I'm home, I can kind of talk about it because I was going off every night because they were physically, like white women were punishing me. And then when all that other shit happened, they was on a punishment. You know, they wanted me to hold whatever in till whenever. I couldn't do it. I begged. I started crying. They didn't give a fuck. The body just let go. And it happened to be in that's the whole thing that fucks me up. When the thing happened, it happened to be in my power chip. And this particular item, like I can talk about it later, I'll talk about it on the RBA, just gonna be quick, was in a way you could not see it. And if they would have seen it, they moved the chair 5 fucking different rooms.
In 2 weeks.
And to be honest about the shit, right? Not only did they do that, they punished me. They punished me because they were trying to tell me, like, whatever. I'm 45 fucking years old. I have more fucking skin grafts, parts missing, or pieces missing, skin missing, like full digging of leg, hand, you know, this hand is a grab, everything, right? My body has had to heal itself. I taught myself how to fucking walk. This is crazy. So me telling them, you're hurting me, and you're doing it on purpose, because you don't think they didn't think I could feel pain. That's why they sent me with no medicine, really. And I'm struggling. I'm screaming, crying, and, you know, my brother gets in everything, but there's nothing we can do because we have to do things legitimately, right?
Yep. Especially if you're running for public office.
So I can't just call somebody up and be like, yeah, man, send me a bag of black and get me right because I don't need to go to sleep. Just shoot me up and let me go to sleep. You know what I mean? Or, hey, man, what you got on them perks, man? All right, fuck all that. What else you got? Oh, you got some mushrooms? All right, I set shit up. Make me a drink. Come on, big baby. No, you know what I mean? I can't. And I'm suffering. And it's hard. And they don't give a fuck. And then they intentionally fucking did this shit to Jesse.
Yep. Treat him like a straight up criminal, y'all.
Everybody in the house.
Lawsuit.
Right? Even at that place we were at the lounge, right? We were chilling. We were in the lounge for a minute.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought I was gonna go get my machine.
Estevan was one of them white passing Latinos.
Yeah. That motherfucker was like, here, I got a whole little gift. He let me take home a whole little gift.
He sure did. He let you take a black gnome home.
I said, let me get the little black gnome in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Out of nowhere. You know? And we was getting ready to, if they would have took any longer, I would have been cool with it. I was about to watch some fucking Deadpool. I was so happy. I was like, then they said, fuck it, let's go, you go first. Home. Jesse came a little bit later, and then all hell broke loose with the body and everything like that.
Was that you, Shabaka?
No, this here was, I was looking at my phone right there, put it on silent.
Caucus like our family.
Yeah.
Jay's our family.
You know, these people up here, you know, these content creators up there putting all this shit up on our walls, and I'm getting sick of it. They're going to have to start paying us.
Oh, you talking about the Raising Cannon?
Yeah, Jesus. so they can watch you rush. But that
He ain't tapped in
we're
yet.
gonna get that right, Bucket. We're gonna do it in a little bit. Just be patient. Oh my God, Jesse. Go ahead, just take
So
over.
you'll be at 210.
Take over. Give me
212. About to 212.
no,
No, you should be at 212.
take over, Bucket. Or talk to something. Go on mute, Jesse. It's something bad happened right now.
Oh, God.
Go
Hold on. I went on mute. Go.
Or at least play another clip or something.
I'm about to play another clip or give your thoughts on this first one.
Tangibles?
No, they were already on the second one.
What was the thoughts?
We
What was
haven't
the
given them yet.
What was the topic?
Stop using black people to launder America's image.
Oh yeah, no, stop doing that. What they
Okay, what's that there, Brother Chase? Stop black people for doing what? Because I'm starting to keep logs on these episodes. Okay, stop using black people for America's image.
Yeah,
To lander.
because what they're doing is they're
to lander.
Yes, and they're trying to get us involved, and there's nothing to get us involved in because honestly, look, I just lost my.
Yeah, Mac 285. I think what you're saying is that they didn't have to search Jesse. Okay, I think that there was an illegal search.
They did all kinds of bad things.
I'm muted.
You muted?
Yes.
I'm muted. Wait, first let's get this. I have no idea. It just started. I can't.
So, I mean, if they're going to go in there and illegally search that man and falsely accuse him of certain things, that should be a lawsuit. But I don't know how they do things there in the great state of Colorado.
I can't. You see, go ahead. Tell.
Tell them.
Here. Put a towel. Go unmute so they know what they know. You unmute it?
I'm on mute.
Okay. Well, here. Go and tell them you unmute. And tell them something happened and for you to play another clip. Something.
Shabaka.
Yeah.
We gotta keep talking because we got a serious emergency.
Let's play another clip.
What's the okay. All righty. Okay. So another thing right here is that I want to talk about, okay, is that, and I'm just putting it in here, ad-libbing.
Okay. Thoughts on this, what we just discussed?
Okay, yeah, stop using black people to launder America's image.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a couple of more stuff to stay on that, right? Because see, what they do is they project a false narrative of America with black people. The most hated people in America are black people. The most despised people in America are black people. And then the sad part and the irony of it is, you know, they prop up these damn Sambos, Uncle Tim Scott, and all this old type of shit, and they figure that these Negroes who represent us. And then just like I was arguing with a fool on my like page, who I just went on and deleted and blocked, you know. He's going to come up there and tell me that we're all the same. And I says, look, man, bring your little white ass out here to Las Vegas in 3 months where we would have an average temperature of about 118 degrees, and let's sit in the sun together. Quite naturally, of course, he got upset. You know what I'm saying? Not that I really gave a damn, you know, just proving a point. You see, people, when you hit these OTBs with undisputed truth, when it comes to our experience, they start attacking you personally as opposed to your argument. You see what I mean? And then they talk about all this that goes on in the black community and all that. Then when I try to reason with these stupid motherfuckers, you got to read Dr. Marimba's I Need the Urugu. They don't want to hear it. So they stand up there on their soapbox because the American ethos of white America is that they are so goddamn self-righteous. So self-righteous. Like look at Governor Frogface. Segregation yesterday, segregation today, and segregation tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Hey, he's stating how he understands how white America feels. Great, beautiful, and all that. And then on top of it too, white America does not ever want to admit its brutalization of the raping, slave trading pedophiles that you had on the plantation system. And we've discussed Black Friday. We know what Black Friday was. Is where Black. Yeah, go ahead. Let him play.
You was on a tangent, Shabaka. I wanted you to continue your role.
Oh, okay. All right. So therefore, we know what Black Friday was. Okay. And Malcolm X, who gave excellent lectures on this as well too. Plus, not to mention the bombing of the church in Birmingham in 1963, September, I believe it was, where the 4 little girls were killed. 4 little girls. Now, how can you claim that an individual who will conceive some evil ass shit like that is your brother? I'm out of answers. You see what I mean? On that one right there. 4 little babies. Say September 1963. How come J.D. Vance and Donald Duck Trump, don't discuss that? Say, and then people come up, well, man, the other groups, that is not our concern, particularly when you look at the execution of Ahmaud Arbery. Man out there doing road work. You see what I mean? Out there running, doing his road work. Well, he trespassed and all that, so therefore the white fella, old Hillbilly Bob, who took the video of it, or the other good old boys who went there and killed him, so that proves intent, okay? And depending on what the state laws there in Georgia, see, because you got too much hypocrisy in these laws. I had a poli-sci professor tell me that the U.S. Constitution is full of hypocrisy and contradictions. So is the U.S. Constitution itself morally bankrupt? I think so. When you look at individuals like the orange dude who's coming up here, violating the oath of office that he swore to uphold and take, plus the dude is a 38 convicted felon. What kind of moral compass is that their setting of white America? You see what I mean? And please, ladies and gentlemen, subscribe to PukeTube and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Okay. And we are rebuilding the platform of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which is still a division of Frontline Black News. Okay, but people, we need money out there. We really do. Okay. We're trying to keep it going because we have spent thousands of dollars on this. And we don't mind you coming up on our like page, coming to our platform, sharing your information. But please reciprocate and mention us. You see what I'm saying? Please do that. And then also, too, for those of you who wants to go out there and get on social media, read them contracts thoroughly. Okay? And then what you're going to have to do, if you're going to have a problem with them, you have to go to the San Mateo County court system in order to file your case against them. You see? And then keep in mind is that justice is not speedy. Now, tell me something. When these fools wrote up this Constitution saying everybody has the right to a fair and speedy trial, How come they never place the length of time on what is speedy? What is speedy? That means as soon as you get arrested, you go to court. Oh, and on that, I yield. Okay. What is speedy?
I guess less than a year.
Less than a year. So, to quote Dr. Newton, any statute in any state constitution, U.S. Constitution, that is so ambiguous that it cannot be understood by the common man, or in this day and age, common person, it's not a statute. But, you know, the kangaroo federal courts don't see that. And then on top of it is that the U.S. Supreme Court selects the cases it wants to hear. See?
And that process can take anywhere from 2 to 10 years.
Yes, sir. You see what I'm saying? Yes, sir. Now, what about these cats who are on death row that got evidence proving their innocence? Well, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't get to it, so they went on and executed the dude. Okay, so since this case had a legal right to be appealed, then it seems to me that the warden of that prison or the actual executioner, if not both of them, belong to be held on murder charges. You see what I'm saying? Particularly if the person is innocent.
Well,
that's too much like right.
Marcellus Williams was innocent. They still killed him last year.
Yeah, that's murder. In the first. You see what I'm saying? In the first degree. You know what I mean? And then the cold part about it is that, we didn't get to them in time and stuff like that and all that old type of crap. You see what I'm saying? But now keep in mind is that there was a little white person up there. Oh boy, you'll make the time. Look at Derek Shot. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. See, look at Derek Shot. He's gonna try. The dumpster is gonna try to get a pardon at the federal level, although he was convicted in the state court. But I'm quite sure that old J.D. Vance and his boys is gonna go down there and talk to people there. Great statement. So, go ahead, pardon. You say, I wouldn't be surprised if they give a son of a bitch back his job. Like Sidney Poitier said in the movie In the Heat of the Night, you got two types of time in jail. You got white time and you got colored time. Worst time to do is colored time. And that is the truthest. All right, so let the brother go on and play. I'm gonna have a bite to eat while this brother here.
That truthies and worser and specifically, that is definitely FBA talk. That is not diasporan talk.
I don't give a damn what you think, Jesse. That's not what we're talking about. I got nothing in my tongue, though.
I have no comment on that, Brother Che.
Yeah, me neither.
I gotta get around you. Hold on. I'm gonna play the clip, Shabaki.
Yeah.
So the clip is
Thank you, family. Thank you.
Democrats crash and burn over Chuck Schumer, Lady Chase favorite guy.
Jesus.
Voting for Trump.
Who, Chucky? Chucky.
I like that laugh.
Yeah, I remember the movie Chucky.
Oh,
For Trump.
Yeah, old Chucky.
Yeah.
And another sorry piss poor ass piece of shit I saw up there looking sad was old Hakeem Jeffries.
Our boy, what's his real name? TD.
That's Todd.
Todd. Our brother Todd, who goes by TD Media Group, formerly TD Pop Media, is gonna give us an update on that.
Don't quote me on that, brother. I think it's Todd. I'm pretty sure it's Todd.
I thought it was Chris, but okay.
on everybody. We are here, we're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that's the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. What it does, that helps make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get their notifications, and it also helps to push this video through YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching me for quite some time now, please subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and hit the subscribe button if you've been ghost watching. Okay, and lastly, make sure, and most importantly, that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. You'll never ever miss a notification if you are following me on Telegram. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below, and will be pinned in the comment section as well once the stream ends. And now that we have the introduction out of the way, let's get the show started. Let's get the stream rolling. But you know what? As a matter of fact, before I get the show started and get the stream rolling, let me make sure that I'm actually streaming and rolling on Rumble and X. And I should be right now.
All right.
Boom. Now we can get the stream rolling and we can get it moving. So as we speak, the Democrat Party is completely collapsing. It is completely collapsing, and I am loving every minute of it. They are completely split and ripped in half right now between the insane liberal progressive wing of the party, and you can say now the establishment Democrats, who are looking to pivot in a more moderate direction, right? As you all remember, yesterday in the live stream we had, briefly, I discussed how Chuck Schumer had came out and stated that the Senate Democrats will not be voting on the spending bill that would keep the government funded up until, I believe it is September, right? He came out and he said that. And what I articulated at the time yesterday was that them shutting down the government, because it would be on the Democrats, it's not going to go the way that they think. It just won't. It's going to backfire on them tremendously, given the fact that the outlook or the look on the Democrat Party right now overall concerning the American public is so dismal. They have a 21% approval rating. When you look at all the polls that explain, talk about, and show the agenda of Trump, what he's trying to push forward, everything that he's trying to do, all polls show and indicate that the American people are for it. The majority of the American people are for it. So for the Democrats to shut the government down just to stand in the way of Trump doing all the things that he said he was going to do would just make them look even worse than they do right now. And that approval rating is going to drop down from 21% to 11%. And Chuck Schumer, I believe, understood this. That's why he ended up having a change of heart, and he folded like a lawn chair and then came out no more than 24 hours later just to say that he himself was going to vote for the spending bill because we just can't have a government shutdown. It's not something that I want to do, but it's something that I have to do in order to keep the nation moving forward. And we'll be able to essentially fight Trump another day. Well, in Chuck Schumer folding the way that he did, the DNC has completely been torn in half. And now they're even looking at pushing AOC forward to primary Chuck Schumer, so that now AOC will go from Representative Ocasio-Cortez to Senator Ocasio-Cortez. Now, we'll get to that in just a little bit. Oops. But what I want to do right now, and it'll also allow just a little bit more time for some people to come into the stream, I want to play some of this video here. Let me mute it first. This guy here, his name is Rick Wilson. Let me bring this down and pull him up. Rick Wilson, I guess he has a little pull and a little bit of say within the DNC, right? He has some influence. And this is just a perfect picture of how mad the insane progressive left half of the DNC actually is. Take a listen to this here. This guy is going to completely lose his mind.
This CR empowers Doge, continues the random wacky cuts, protects Donald Trump from the consequences of his actions, eliminates the possibility that Congress could stop the tariff wars. It is full of radioactive poison wrapped in a nougat-filled layer, covered in desiccated moose, rolled up in asbestos, and you're not going to convince me it's a bonbon, Chuck Schumer. This man just cut the throats of Democrats who have been fighting every day to stop this CR. What in the hot was that about? It was absolutely the most politically irresponsible and tone-deaf moment you could possibly have. Now you've empowered Mike Johnson, empowered Donald Trump, empowered the MAGA GOP to continue to do what they're doing. Incinerate Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
Stop right there. You see, this is why your approval rating is 21%. I don't know how many times we have to hear Trump say that he is not cutting Medicaid and Medicare. Trump is literally trying to pass no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and guess what? No tax on Social Security. How is he looking to cut Social Security when he's actually looking to make sure that your grandparents, that Democrats like to weaponize, they love to weaponize their children, and they love to weaponize the grandparents and your grandma. And oh my God, what are they going to do? Trump is actually trying to make it so that your grandma can actually keep more money in her pocket by having no tax on Social Security. Did that sound like somebody who's trying to cut Social Security, or someone who's trying to put more money in your grandma and your grandpa's pockets? You see, once again, this is why your approval rating is 21%, Rick Wilson, and it's on its way to 11%. But carry on.
Burn down the government. Rifle through every single American's personal tax records, their health care records, their Social Security records. Shut down information about what they're doing to the American people. This is the CR is the most toxic piece of shit I could possibly imagine. And Chuck Schumer just went, nah, too hard. We're not going to fight it. They might blame us. Guess what? Let them blame you. Get in the fight. Show people you give a shit. Show people there's some line you won't cross. Show people you've got a spine and guts and heart and some blood in your veins. Jesus Christ, Chuck. Do you want you Mitch McConnell, if he was in your shoes?
The language is so disgusting. Is this really what the American people want, in representation in our government? Foul-mouthed heathens like Rick Wilson? I don't think so.
Would be
Well,
Donald Trump every minute of the day. Mitch McConnell would have Mike Johnson rolled over on the floor, tied up in knots every day. If you can't do it, if you're the General McClellan of the U.S. Senate, quit and let someone who's got some fucking balls take the job. This CR is going to absolutely fuck your people. You're going to dishearten every Democrat in the country. You're going to hurt your chances in 2026. And when you sit there and go, oh, well, there's nothing we can do. Yes, there is something you can do. You can tell the story every day. You can go out every day and tell people the harm that is being done by Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Mike Johnson and John Thune and every other goddamn Republican who's leading this charge to burn this country to the ground. Am I mad? Yes, I'm mad. Is anger justified? Yes, it's justified. The fact that you people have a perfect setup, teed up opportunity where you could absolutely hang this around their necks like a fucking boat anchor and throw them into the deep end of the pool absolutely boggles my mind.
He's going to have a coronary, huh?
End of discussion.
These people are unbelievably delusional and detached from what's really going on and detached from what.
And that's why I say fuck voting.
Want. It is unbelievable how out of line, out of step they are with the will of the people. I mean, you're going on and on about Doge cuts and things of that nature. I mean, look at this right here. There's a poll from CBS. Musk and Doge should influence government spending and operations. 54% of the American people believe this. Approve of Trump trying to cut staff at government agency. 51% of the American people, the majority, are in alignment with this. Not to mention the fact that over 60% are in alignment with mass deportation. And the majority, overwhelming majority of the American people are in alignment with everything that Trump is doing. Everyone's in alignment except for the Democrats. Except for the Democrats. And honestly, what we're seeing with Chuck Schumer is him trying to somewhat right the ship. It's too late. The ship's sinking, but he's trying. But when you look at the insane progressive wing of the DNC, which is AOC, Rick Wilson, and a couple others that we're going to go over right now, these people are going to fight this losing battle to the very bitter end. The DNC is going moderate, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to happen. That's how it's going to end up. They're going to go in a moderate direction. But it's going to be a while until we see it happen, because this little civil war that's going on is going to occur for some time now, in which we're going to see these people go at it and just essentially slit each other's throat one by one until we essentially have a new Democrat Party with a bunch of new faces that we haven't seen before. Right? It's going to take for them to tear each other down in order for a new DNC to rise up. And in the meantime, while they're tearing each other down, I'll be here with my popcorn, streaming about it and enjoying every minute of it. And so now back to Chuck Schumer, right? Once again, Chuck Schumer, he folded like a lawn chair, right? Shut down Schumer, he surrendered. And he decided to say, you know what? I'm going to vote for the spending bill. But you do have, like I said, a good deal of senators that aren't going for it. Our man right here, Cory Booker, is one of them. Cory Booker said, I'm voting no. He's not doing it. Not
Cory
Senator
Booker. We can hear all
Raphael Warnock said, here's why I'll be voting no on the bipartisan funding bill. And you know what? Now that I think about it, I want to hear what Cory Booker has to say, because he's always good for a good laugh. Honestly, Cory Booker is good for a good laugh. So I want to hear what he's going to say. Let me take this down for a moment and then pull it back up, because I actually want to hear what Cory Booker said. I didn't listen to it, but we can all listen to it together. And like I said, hopefully it'll be worth it. I'm sure he'll just spout like the typical kind of DNC nonsense. But let's just hear it for ourselves. All right. So Cory Booker, take it away.
I am a no. I will not support what they're calling a continuing resolution, but it's not. It actually is a surrendering of the powers of Congress to the president and Elon Musk. He does not have the power to make spending decisions. Congress does, but not if we pass the CR.
Nobody ever said that Elon Musk has the power to make spending decisions. All he can do is make recommendations, and based on those recommendations, the Republicans will move forward accordingly in order to make the necessary cuts that they are in alignment with, based off of Elon Musk's recommendations. So right now, you're just lying, and you're saying stuff, Cory, that isn't true. You're saying stuff that isn't true, and you know it's not true. And the thing is, the American people, we all know that that what you're saying isn't true. And that's why your approval rate is 1%. Keep repeating that over and over again, because I love it.
This would give them 6 months to do some pretty awful things. We've already seen what they're willing to do to the Department of Education, to the VA, cancer research, and more. And now this literally gives them license to destroy, to move large money around, to punish certain states against other states. They're cutting funding to local communities. There is so much bad stuff baked into this. Congress has a job to do. We swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, not to surrender Article 1 constitutional powers to the executive. Trump and Musk, I don't want them to have more power to do that. I will vote no.
They're not going to have more power. They're not going to have any more power than whatever power that Trump has right now. And there's only so much that he can do by way of executive order, because we have systems in place that prevent a dictatorship from unfolding. You see that he's getting sued left and right every time he signs an executive order. Nothing is just going through 100% the way that he wants it to. on a majority of the things that he wants to do. He needs it absolutely to pass through Congress. Now, the Democrats may be able to shut down this spending bill, or they may be voting for the spending bill, I should say, because they can't allow the government shutdown to be essentially on their watch and on their hand. But as it pertains to, other policy measures and other policies that Trump wants to push forward, if the Senate Democrats want to block it, I guess they can block it, right? They can filibuster and do all that. And that wouldn't have a negative blowback on them. My point is that Donald Trump does not have free reign to be a dictator. They keep saying this over and over again, and it simply isn't true, Cory Booker. And once again, that's why you're at a 21% approval rating. So now let's go through a couple of the other Senate Democrats, because like I said, these guys, they're really losing it right now. They're really losing it. Let me take a moment to pull this down. And while I'm re-pulling the window back up, please hit the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. And most importantly, please make sure you're following me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below, and will be pinned in the comment section as well.
We can't give out free advertisement no more, bro.
Okay. Now we have this back up on the screen. Cory Booker, you are dismissed. As you can see here, we have, Raphael Warnock. We talked about him already.
Oh, man, I just ate, man. What are you trying to do, man?
Channel,
make me vomit?
Jasmine,
yep.
Loudmouth Crockett. Jasmine Crockett said,
eating, man.
It's clear that some of us understand the present danger and some don't. I stand by the no vote on the blank check for Trump and Elon. I've got no explanation nor agreement with Senate Dems being complicit in Trump's tyranny. Well, I mean, I guess we're all complicit in Trump's tyranny then, if that's the case, because once again, the majority of Americans are in alignment with this. We're in alignment with it. This is what we want, and this is absolutely what we voted for. Now, I want to pull this down for a second too, because Jasmine had some things to say, and I want to play it for you. So for some of you, you'll find some entertainment in this, and for some of you, your ears might start bleeding. But that's Jasmine Crockett for you. So let's pull this up right now.
Down, you can't be fired. And what does that mean? It does mean that people will not be paid, but it does mean that they will get their back pay. So hopefully we can stop some of the bleeding. We just saw that the Department of Education laid off 50% of their workforce. So I don't really understand why anybody would say, oh, we got to take the high road. Listen, he is decimating the federal government. And you're talking about whether or not we're going to keep the doors open. He literally is shutting down departments anyway.
And that's literally what we voted for. That's literally what everybody voted for when Trump won in a landslide. When it was a American voter, that's what we voted for.
No.
But they just don't understand that, and they aren't accepting
I didn't vote for some bit.
And they believe that they're not the ones that are wrong. It's the American people that voted for Trump that they feel that are stupid. There was a woman who was on The View. I don't have the video queued up, and I forget what her name is. But she was on The View, and she stated that, many of you have seen this video clip already. It went viral on X, where she was stating that essentially, Trump won the election because the American people, our brains are underdeveloped, like teenagers. This is what they think of us.
All you gotta do is
this is what they think of us.
For disability.
I've heard Jasmine Crockett on numerous occasions state that Trump won because we are just not educated enough. We don't know any better. We're stupid. We need education. We're dumb. That's how the DNC views you and me. As dumb. Nothing is their fault. It's just that we're the ones who are stupid. But let's carry on, right? Let's carry on, because as you can see here, Adam Schiff stated what he said. Senator Schiff, I'm a hard no on the spending bill, on cloture, on all of it. When a wannabe dictator, here we go again with the dictators talk, the same stuff that lost you the election the first time around. When a wannabe dictator is trying to seize power, it must not be given to him, not without a fight. And then we have AOC here who retweeted this saying, thank you, right? But here's what's interesting now that we get to AOC. This woman here, Sarah Ferris, I don't know if you guys know who she is. She's a Republican. She's a Democrat. She's a Republican. She's a Democrat. 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 She She's a reporter for CNN, and she puts here news: House Dems so livid at Schumer that multiple members have directly urged AOC to primary him. They're trying to get Chuck Schumer out of here. They don't want him in government anymore. Get him gone. According to a member with direct knowledge, one member said they would write a check tonight at the Caucus's Leesburg retreat. So they're already ready to cut the check in order to fund AOC's campaign against Chuck Schumer. They're looking at what he has done as apparently, treasonous to the Democrat Party. As you can see here in the CNN article that she wrote, Ocasio-Cortez mobilizes Democrats against Schumer's plan as colleagues privately urge her to consider primary challenge. The article reads, New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said Thursday that she plans to mobilize her massive base of followers to oppose what she described as an acquiesce by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer to accept the House GOP funding bill. And I quote, I think there is a deep sense of outrage and betrayal, Ocasio-Cortez told reporters in Leesburg, Virginia, where House Democrats are huddling for their annual policy retreat. She said,
talking about Alexandria Cortez, Shabaka, your fellow African diaspora. She said that she has African blood, but she's not black.
Yeah.
Self-hatred. Imitation of life. Mm-hmm.
She's not black. She's Puerto Rican.
Yeah. Yeah, well, San Juan, Puerto Rico was a major slave port for the Spaniards.
It was a slave port, Shabaka. That's the problem right there. We think because it was a slave port that they got a similar struggle or they think like us. No.
Well, I didn't say that, Brother Chad. I just merely stated that it was a slave port for the Spaniards, which is a fact. That's all I stated.
No, Shabaka, I just inferred that's where you were going with it. Because usually when I hear that, the only difference between a Barbadian and a Cuban is a boat stop.
Right.
I already know where that's going.
Yeah, well, it was.
Fuck that broad. You fucking with my boy? Jesus, he's the only one that cares.
Yep, she's going after him. Because she's trying to run for president in 2028.
This is stupid as hell.
They're going to promote her. I guess they're promoting her from House.
Those are not in the
House Representative straight to Senator.
That's not how it works. And you don't have enough voters to do any of that.
But you did have a lot of people in the House of Representatives that did wind up getting elected to the Senate.
Yeah. Like, she'll have to actually get elected to the Senate. I don't think she can be appointed to the Senate. Right.
No, the only way she can get appointed to the Senate is if the senator from the state of where she comes from either resigns or what have you, or gets incapacitated. Just like what gruesome Newsom did to Cop Mala.
And that's not gonna happen.
Actually, just like what they did with Barack Obama when he was in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, because he didn't complete his first term as Illinois senator.
Right.
He was only like 2-3 years in.
Yeah. Then he decided to run for president.
I would vote for him. He told me I had to. And then he wanted to pay me if then he told me I had to. Or he said my license is legal. Oh,
and by the way, I'm just putting it out there. I just sent an email there to this TD media group telling them that if they're going to do their material on our wall, they have to pay us. Guess what? The email bounced back.
Why would you do
Shabaka,
that?
why would you do that?
Why would you do that, Shabaka?
We're sharing his content. That's what you don't understand, Shabaka. We're sharing other people's content. And
they should be paying us. Are they sharing ours?
No, we're sharing his
We're
content.
sharing his content on our
He's
platform.
the one with the content. He's the one educating us. We're sharing it to feed, to educate the people.
This is to educate the masses, Shabaka.
See, you can't do Shabaka.
Well, we did create the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. That's our intellectual property.
Yeah, but that's not the point. But he's not doing nothing.
And he shuts us out all the time. It's a different thing. I'm not like, give me 3 days. I'm gonna sit down.
Forgive me for saying so, Lady Chair. I have not heard that man mention Shabaka's black experience enhanced or frontline black news not one time. Not saying that he did not. I just haven't seen.
Why does he have?
But if you said that he did, then I'll take your word for it.
We're sharing his content, though,
You don't have to do any of that.
You don't have to do none of that. We're sharing his content because it's very informational, and we want our people to hear what it is he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's it. There's a big difference.
The ball is in his prerogative court. You know what I mean? We're sharing his material. We think he's tight. We're listening to him.
All these clips, for the most part, Shabaka, is people that we fucked with.
Yeah.
And they have shouted us out on other platforms. And we have our own little circle.
Why would you do anything?
All right. I'll take your word for it.
Because you didn't educate Shabaka.
He didn't. I was trying to teach him how to stream. I kept telling him we're sharing clips. These are clips that we're sharing.
Shabaka, that's an outlet you do not want to burn down. And so now that it's out there in the world, now we gotta fix it, just in case. Just in case.
Well, the way to fix it is that I'm saying that statement on my own, and I take responsibility for the statement. Now it's fixed.
It's not fixed like that. It's not like that. But all right, we'll fix it, Shabaka. No worries. We'll take care of it. Start with yeah, I don't even know. Okay, let's carry on, Jesse, please. What's next?
This isn't even done yet. I still got 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
All right, go on, let the man finish.
He and her fellow Democrats are texting, calling, sending carrier pigeons. We still do that in 2025. We send out carrier pigeons, like we tie notes around the legs of pigeons and send them off. Okay, to mobilize the Democrats against Schumer's plan to allow the GOP funding bill to advance. And she slammed Senate Democrats for their decision to completely roll over and give up on protecting the Constitution. Once again, they're still doubling down on this. The Constitution is being ripped to shreds argument, this talking point that lost Kamala Harris the election. Asked whether Senate Democrats need new leadership, Ocasio-Cortez would say only that she is focused on how to prevent her party from accepting the GOP bill. Too little, too late for that. The New York Democrat has been among the most vocal Democratic officials nationwide in the push against House GOP funding bill. Using her social accounts, Ocasio-Cortez has urged fellow Democrats across the country to exert maximum pressure on their own senators on the funding bill, which is the first major point of leverage in President Donald Trump's second term. Privately, though, House Democrats are so infuriated with Schumer's decision that some have begun encouraging her to run against Schumer in a primary. According to a Democrat member who directly spoke with Ocasio-Cortez about running at the caucus's policy retreat, multiple Democrats in the Congressional Progressive Caucus and others directly encourage Ocasio-Cortez to run on Thursday night after Schumer's announcement, this member said. I really hope that this is true as we round things out, and I'm going to tell you why. Once again, these DNC lunatics are out of step with the reality of what the American people want. For AOC, Jasmine Crockett, and the Hakeem Jeffries of the world to take over the DNC and become the official new faces of the DNC that are driving their insane policy forward, that will only expedite the downfall of the DNC. It'll only make it happen quicker. Because the policies that they want to push and the policies that they represent are the policies that we dealt with over the last 4 years with Biden, that the people overwhelmingly rejected, right? So for them to be the new faces would only mean that the downfall would happen that much quicker. So I hope she does primary, Schumer. I hope that they get everything that they want as it pertains to becoming the new faces and the new mouthpieces of the DNC. I really hope so. Because like I said, it'll just expedite their downfall, in my opinion, as far as I'm concerned. When it comes to the policies that they represent, they can't even sell them to the American people. Have you ever sat and listened to an AOC interview? Have you ever sat and listened to a Jasmine Crockett interview? They're not even good at doing interviews that are softball. They're better than Kamala Harris. I'll give them that. But even in their softball interviews, when they're talking to their DNC counterparts who are in media and online, they're still not good at articulating the policies and the agenda that they want to move forward, because they're knowingly pushing forward policies and an agenda that they know the people are against. So once again, by all means, I hope AOC and Jasmine Crockett take over the DNC, because that just means that that plane will fall out of the sky faster than it would have. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. Today is a glorious day. I love seeing the DNC collapse. I love seeing the DNC collapse. So now, before we head out of here, I want to thank those of you who showed love on the channel. I have to do that because
all right, thank you, TD. All right, Shabaka. What are your thoughts on the Democrats crash and burn over Chuck Schumer voting for the dump as a human shit? And we want to make that perfectly clear.
That's great news. Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's great news to see him crash and burn. I think I like that better than when I see the ponies lose.
You mean the Broncos? And that's
the
very
ponies.
rarely.
GMO oats for the ponies.
In the middle of the desert. How do you get shipwrecked in the middle of the desert?
Well, the desert used to be the ocean a long time ago.
Before there was people on the planet. That's supposedly when the dinosaurs walked the earth.
When the who?
Dinosaurs.
Oh.
And y'all some dinosaurs. Y'all ain't won a Super Bowl for 40 years?
Actually, it's like 38 years. Actually, I believe.
The fuckers always going there. All right.
With them GMO ponies.
No GMO. It's all natural.
Man.
In the world. And we don't see oats that are organic, those organic oats. And we're just going to give us horsepower to run all over you scrubs.
Man. Well, man, they ought to be having the playoffs, not the playoff. They ought to be having the regular schedules listed, I think, in the next couple of months for the NFL.
Yeah, I can't wait. We got to play you bums twice, and we're going to beat y'all both times. We done stacked up.
Well, no. No. We fired the coach. We fired the GM. We fired his whole staff.
You still ain't got no quarterback. You still ain't got no wide receiving core. You have no defense.
Well, don't get first round draft picks in that.
I think you got the 6th round draft pick. Y'all won one too many to get the 1st round draft pick.
Man. All that propaganda and all that.
So outside of Negroes for Lease,
what? I like that, Negroes for Lease.
Who I got that from? It might have been Great Black Shark.
Negroes Felice, damn.
It might have been Great Black Shark or K Reno, one of the two.
Negroes Felice, damn.
Oh man, and Crew, he like I said, he was playing music for like 5 hours. And like one of the dopest.
Oh, Crew said you fell asleep on the job, man.
I know, I did. And I had to.
You left as soon as that happened.
You sure did, Shabaki. You abandoned ship. Like those.
I didn't abandon ship. I'm saying Earth calling Jesse. Earth calling Jesse. Earth calling Jesse. Oh, and then if I might add, you know, they finally got them astronauts back from outer space, I think.
Oh, they finally did?
I believe so, yeah. So I'm following up on that story right there as it unfolds, because from what I understand, I saw something on social media bullshit talking about that they forgot how to walk.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
They were gone.
Up there for 6 months.
Oh, my God. Yeah, they definitely forgot how to walk.
Yeah, so they're saying that they're giving them the, you know, the medical attention they need and stuff like that, you know, and whatnot. And Stinky Bird got his hands in it, you know, him and Little Stink, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, too. Oh, by the way, Stinky Bird, your damn Teslas, man, are pieces of shit, by the way. Dude was on social media, man, about buying one of them damn things.
Yeah, I remember we on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced for Grand Rising, we was talking about that.
Right, dude got a windshield problem, man, and they want to charge him like $1,200 for a fucking wiper blade. Man, is you fucking crazy?
Yep, Stinky Bird. Big stink and little stink.
Yeah, Stinky. Yeah, twin. That's what I've been calling that clown, man. You know? Why? Because Musk means you stink. He is not an African. He is a fucking boar.
A Canadian boar at that.
So wait a minute. I mean, so where's this son bitch at, man? Canada?
His parents were from Canada.
No, so he's Canadian here.
His parents are Canadian.
Yeah, so he's a Canadian.
Yeah. If you want to think his lineage is Canadian. Yep. So more European shit.
Yeah.
His parents found some incentive to get involved in the apartheid business.
Oh yeah, glad you brought that up because I did a story on that. You know, and we'll bring that there up on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on StreamYard. About that, you know, because the dump, he made some more asinine comments on that and whatnot, and saying that he severed all ties with the black government over there because they're quote unquote discriminating against white people. Well, dump, you need to check something out called Sharpsville, Trick.
It's the complete opposite.
What's the complete opposite?
It's the complete opposite of what he's saying it is.
Yeah, exactly. And then he's talking about that he wants to give goddamn citizenship to those boars over here.
Yeah, he was saying that, but them boys, they really don't want to come over here like that. Because we're not tolerating that bullshit. That same shit that flies here does not fly here. Your ass will get checked with the quickness.
Yeah. And then boars. Bring your lily white asses out here to this sun in a couple of months. We'll have average temperature about 112 degrees. I can't wait for it. Because you Colorado Rocky snowbound people, I went there and you're cold and I was too cold.
And you was warned not to come at a certain time of the year, and Did you listen? No. You effed around and found out.
Oh, that was a cold shot. Then had some damn tether knocking on my damn door. Man, you got some, man, you better get the fuck up out of here. Shit. Yeah.
Did you have any thoughts on this?
So what's the topic?
The Democrat,
Okay, well,
wait, Chuck Schumer.
Okay.
Here's my thing about and Crockett.
Crockface, you call it Crockface? Okay.
Crockface. I don't got it for. I don't want to tell y'all no fucking. She don't have no. She don't do nothing for black folks. She's always got some shit to say though. And they put her like.
Yeah, that's that Kamala syndrome, Lady J. I'm not gonna do nothing strictly for black folks. No.
That's the Democratic motto.
Say it right. But
yeah.
I have said it many times. Fuck that bitch. She do shit for work. Yeah, excuse me for black.
Hey, Lady J, you'll get no argument from me. Willie Brown was fucking her. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we got the receipts on Miss Jasmine Crockett shit.
Here's the thing. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, is that the crooked man? No, she's the crooked.
I do what?
Well,
what's some?
Only thing I can say is that I don't agree with what she did, but if you're gonna get mad at her, hell, you got to get mad at the rest of these crooked bastards. You know what I'm saying?
Yesterday, I bought this pack myself. I didn't use your money for none of this.
Oh shit!
Oh, I thought you had a ring.
This is a marvel.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I'm laying in the bed now. Shit.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Feeling just like that picture, man, I sent you to you from the emergency room.
Oh my gosh, Shabaka. Oh, so the next topic is your girl, Jasmine Crockett shit.
Okay, what the crooked so-and-so do this time?
She wants us, the FBAs, to support immigration because we won't do certain jobs.
They sound like what them.
Oh my God, boy. The brain death is real.
They cut toenails and watch you.
They doing something, and it ain't working.
Sound like
so your favorite fake Sistagurl represented Jasmine Crockett was at an event, and she was speaking about immigration. This woman loves to talk about immigration. She ain't got nothing to say about FBAs, but I want you to listen to what she says about why basically we should be supporting immigration. Because if I was an immigrant, I would take a big issue with what she's saying. Let's go ahead and check that out.
How many of you are sending your kids to college to go and work on them? Okay, well, guess who is working the farms? So that you can afford your food. So that you can have food. So that you can have food. Now, how many of you are looking to send your kids into hospitality after this college education so they can go and make the beds at the hotels? How many of you are planning to send your kids to college? Because that's what we do here. We send everybody to college. How many of you are planning to send your kids to college so that they can then go and build these houses? So the reality is that so long as we live in a capitalist society, there's always going to be someone or a group of people that will do work that some of the rest of y'all don't want to do. These are the people that are really making us.
I would be very offended by hearing that. Let me tell you why.
I am too.
Jasmine Crockett and the Democrats in particular, they keep saying this. And it sounds very bad when you keep hearing it. Because they're basically saying, well, you know, we need these people to do these lowly jobs that y'all won't do. So we need these people here so they can go clean the hotel, so they can go work the restaurants, so they can go build the houses, so they can go do construction. Basically, she's coming from an elitist position in how she's describing everybody. So her position is, well, we need them here because I'm not going to go out there and work no farm because I'm just too good to do those kind of jobs. But we have black people who are farmers. So are you saying that you're better than our black farmers? We got black people that build homes. Are you saying that you're better than our black people who build homes or or do any kind of manual labor. Black people do all kind of jobs. They doing jobs now.
Down where Sista has
understand
that.
But her advocacy for immigration, because that's what she's promoting. She's promoting pro-immigration.
Yeah.
There are black people that will do any kind of job as long as you pay them right.
Yeah.
They'll do it. I promise you they will do it. But this woman, Jasmine Crockett, and the Democrats, y'all need to listen. We're not supporting immigration, so quit the crap. We're not supporting it. We don't want nothing to do with it. It doesn't benefit us. You talking about what capitalism? You always gonna have somebody do a job that somebody don't want to do. No, say it what you want to say. Saying capitalism, we need somebody at the bottom. And we know FBAs is at the bottom, but we're not gonna pay FBAs to do those jobs. So we get a discount
Fuck
with the
Adam Smith. Fuck Adam Smith.
That sound a lot better and truthful than what you're actually saying, ma'am.
That's Reaganomics
shit. Don't like the immigrants at all. They use the immigrants because it saves them money. And people like Jasmine Crockett get a little kickback, if the Democrats win or whatever, and how they getting so many immigrants over here. Or especially if they can convince FBAs to get on this immigrant tip. We're not on that. We definitely know that immigration don't benefit FBAs. Right. It don't. So y'all can keep promoting immigration all day if you would like. Keep doing it. But we're not going to side with that, Jasmine. So Jasmine, why don't you get out there and build some homes?
Yeah, like
why don't you do
Jimmy Carter did. Remember Jimmy Carter?
The Democrats need us.
That's one thing I don't respect about Jimmy Carter.
That's their plan. Their plan is to replace black people and overtake black people. And if they can get black people to agree to it, it's an even better plan. It's a beautiful plan, right? It's a beautiful plan if black people can agree to it.
Black people jobs.
So no. This woman, like I said, that brother Sheldon Daniels that's running. Those of you who are in the Dallas, Texas area, especially in her district, can y'all vote this woman out and put that brother in? Because that brother not gonna talk like this, and not at all. I mean, seriously, y'all make sure y'all register to vote in Jasmine district, and next year go vote her out. I would love to see Jasmine Crockett get voted out of office because she's silly. She's extremely silly. She don't read the room. She don't know the temperature, what's going on with FBA. She don't know anything.
Shabaka, we know.
And because she don't know anything, that's why she say anything, right? But I'm so sick of hearing that narrative about what black people won't do. You don't know what black people will do.
Right.
Maybe something that you won't do, Miss Prissy. But other black people do whatever they got to do as long as they're getting paid right. That's it. So we're not supporting immigration. That's just bottom line because it has no benefit to FBAs.
She's a suburban chick.
It's like just a little like trying to be
ghetto.
Like, extra mammyism.
Extra mammyism.
Yeah, like I mean like. What she's doing, and the way she's behaving. I mean, it's
all
not
the act,
but it's not actually getting us anywhere either. And she's making it like I don't understand why. Actually, I do understand. Because Professor Black Truth, Neely Fuller Jr. kind of made it, alluded to it.
Yeah.
I just can't think of it right now, but they put her out there. She's chosen.
Mm-hmm.
She's chosen.
She's there choking.
She was chosen.
So she's on puppet strings, is what you're saying? Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, she's on puppet strings. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
All right.
She got all kind of outlets. Like you see her on these little shows. Mm-hmm. She looks scared as a motherfucker. Mm-hmm. Sit on the little shows and have like 15 minutes worth of dialogue. Then she moves over and get onto the shade room, which almost positive.
The tether room.
I'm almost positive the shade room is tethered. It's really busy, a lot of tethering, like
Clubhouse,
like the Caribbean stuff, Caribbean tethering, and
like MICKOYMOUSE, Mickey Mouse, yeah.
the thing is that with all that,
that might be a little bit before y'all's time.
You know, it causes a lot of conflict.
Yeah, that's
So they
definitely
put us
before our
out-
time. Go
Now
ahead.
listen here, Shannon, you live on long enough, you'll be an old so-and-so too.
No, go ahead, Lady Shay. If I could just have to throw a little humor in there. Go
What
ahead.
I'm saying is that, what I'm saying is that they acquired, they have to pay her to do these little sit at a desk and have dialogue. She looks scared as a motherfucker. She don't look like she needs dick.
Well, we got receipts on the broad.
She sits there and she's reading, she might be pointing off in the distance. But when what I'm saying about Professor Black Truth,
Yes.
David Fuller Jr.,
Jason Black.
they all say things like she's children to her. Those are the ones that get on actual TV. Those are the ones that are put up front. So they want the Democrats.
Yeah, they've been promoted.
Because they think that they can fly her, and because she's around this age range, and she can speak to us. And in reality, she's not talking to anybody but herself. She getting the pat on the head, the double butter biscuit. That's that. She get her beans to talk shit. If it was a real situation, this might think, why haven't Elon and them took her off her pedestal?
They can't take her off her pedestal.
Sure they can.
She's an elected official. How they gonna take her off her pedestal?
Stop letting her do the news and shit. They
got something called recalls.
There you go.
Well, like the brother was saying, like Uncle Phil was saying, there's an election going on, so vote for Daniels, vote her ass out if you live in Dallas, or you know the people in Dallas, get her ass out.
Now you got to be careful driving in Dallas. You know they do 80 miles an hour in rush hour traffic
on 5 highways stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's a good thing they don't have earthquakes.
Yeah, that would be a really disastrous situation.
Whose guy is that? Like, what do we know about this next person? So you're getting one mistress out for a fucking coon.
We don't know if he's a coon.
Okay.
We can assume he's a coon, but from
so
what
we don't know nothing about him. You just go off of the fly or whatever, right?
He's the alternative to her.
No, I guess we just gotta read your research then.
I think Barragoon, remember my boy Barragoon, where I told old boy the only reason why he was voting for Kamala Harris because she was gonna lower the insulin prices.
That's actually not a fact, but that's funny though.
I think he interviewed him.
Okay, like, let's move forward. Because I don't even know who this dude is. And we're talking about putting him in place of motherfucking shill, a dedicated shill now. They paid her at the DNC.
Yes.
They paid her throughout this. She's been getting paid, and she's complicit in our benign neglect.
Yeah, Black Alpha already exposed the receipts on her, on exactly who was paying her and why she is doing what she's doing. Because I actually your dots, but you've been out of the loop on the new black media, so I'm trying to bring you up to speed.
All right, I'm done talking. Go ahead. I can't even see the computer, so I didn't know what you're talking about.
Jasmine Crockett shit.
Okay, we'll just play it so I can hear it.
All right, so we're done with that topic, I guess. So now moving along, we got.
Was there a clip?
There was no clip for that. Oh, once we already played the clip.
Okay, cool. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So moving along, we got BLM street mural removed in D.C. after GOP bill threatens city funding. So Lisa Cabrera's gonna give us an update on that. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
to just an ordinary street. For. So today, let your enemy have what they want. Always deny them. Ladies and gentlemen, never let your enemy have what they want. Always deny them of whatever it is they're looking for. So today in DC, they tore up Black Lives Matter Plaza.
Great
And
move.
they're going to be paving this back to just an ordinary street.
Yeah.
This is more bait. They are desperate to get us back in these streets protesting so they can blame the Black community for martial law. Never let them have what they want.
Right.
So you're going to see them doing a series of things because they are trying to play with our heads and our minds. But that doesn't work unless we allow it to work. That's what they don't seem to understand. And we're not going to allow it to work. It's already been said that we are not going back out in these streets under any circumstances. You are on your own with your problems. So whether you like it or not, if martial law happens, it will be the people that look like you, because it sure as hell ain't gonna be us. So this is DC. This is what it used to look like on Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington, D.C. Now, the destruction of it began on Monday. So crews in Washington, D.C. began removing the city's Black Lives Matter street mural, a notable symbol of the 2020 protest against the unaliving of George Floyd, after Republican bill targeting the mural threatened city funding. In June of 2020, the city painted the phrase Black Lives Matter on the pavement in upper letters, yellow letters that went across 2 blocks on 16th Street, about a quarter mile from the White House. And I remember when this was done. I remember when it was done. In 2021, Mayor Muriel Bowser said the mural would become permanent to commemorate the protest. But last week, Rep. Andrew Clyde of Georgia, Republican, introduced a bill calling for the city to paint over the mural and rename the area Liberty Plaza or lose federal funding. So just another threat from another racist. Nothing new, very historic in America. So the mural inspired millions of people and helped our city through a very painful period, but now we can't afford to be distracted by meaningless congressional interference, Bowser wrote on X. A group of people gathered nearby to see the painting in its final moments on Monday. There is no such thing as erasure. DC resident. This is what one of the residents said. If that's the attempt, it's just not possible to do. It's not just that we saw it, the whole world saw it. But ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think about this. This really, truly is historic. Now, remember, there were Black towns all over, especially up and down the East Coast during Reconstruction. What did they do? They leveled these towns, or white mobs went in there and burnt them down. And then they put a highway, I-95, over it, so you see no remnants of it. This is what these folks do. Anything that pertains to us, they find a way to get rid of it. And then they will mask and disguise it so you never know it was ever there. There should be slave cemetery. There were millions of slaves in the South. There should be slave cemeteries everywhere, y'all. You notice you don't hardly see any because they blew a lot of them up and put parking lots and residential areas and businesses. That's why you don't see it. So they are always masking and disguising anything that pertains to us. So what they're doing out here is nothing new. They have always done this sort of thing. But any trash monument to them, they want that BS to stay up, like those Confederate ugly ass soldiers made into statues. Them fugmos, they want that to stay up. They want them fugly things to stay up. So don't let this get you upset. You know, none of these objects should make you upset. We don't worship stuff like this, so let them take it away.
Right.
Let them go right ahead and take it away.
I feel the same.
We're still not going out there.
Take that shit away.
So they got a whole big bag of tricks of everything they do that's going to be destroyed will be geared towards the Black community. And just look at it, how racist this whole thing looks. Now, we ain't feeling no BLM. We know what it's all about. It was just a front for LGBTQ.
Right.
But the concept of our lives mattering, that won't go away. Because it does matter. It don't matter.
Hold on.
If it don't matter, then I'm screw them. Their lives don't matter to me. So if we gonna go down that road, let me just put that out there. Their lives don't matter to me. Mm-hmm. So anyway, y'all, don't let them, play with your head. Don't let it work. Whatever your enemy do, never let them succeed at it. Okay, so here's another photo. As you can see, they have started to destroy this plaza. And, like I said, these are objects in, idolatry things anyway. Let them take it away. We ain't feeling it like that anyway. We know who we are. Them taking stuff away, they've been doing this. They've been doing this all along. So what's different now? The problem is y'all don't have a new bag of tricks. You still doing the same old tired behind stuff. And you think this is making a difference. Only in your mind it's making a difference. But to us, go right ahead. We still ain't going out there. We're not supporting your causes. We're not going out there for any other group. We're not going to protest on anybody else's behalf. You are wasting your time with all of this. But see, you will soon see as we move along and we still don't go in those streets, you'll get the message. Kind of slow, I guess. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell.
Yep, and don't forget to hit that notification bell for Frontline Black News and the Revolutionary Agenda. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on the BLM being removed in D.C. after GOP bill threatened city funding?
Okay, well, I'm all for it. It's because Black Lives Matter. The woman who started that went up there and bought mansions up there in Topanga Canyon, and from what I understand, it got smashed also with the Pacific Palisades fire because Topanga Canyon is adjacent to Pacific Palisades. God don't like ugly. You see what I mean? And then just here, I forgot to mention, did you hear about the incident in Colton, California?
What incident?
That there's what a white boy smashed a black girl's head on the desk.
Oh, yeah, I think I just see something about that.
Yeah, it's on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. When we do the StreamYard on that, we're going to be mentioning that.
Okay, on Tuesday?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, any more thoughts on this BLM mural?
Okay, best thing to happen, BLM, George Soros owns the nonprofit organization. They were not helping black people at all, number one. They made the money, went there and bought them some mansions. Hey, God don't like ugly. You reap what you sow.
Yeah, and karma's a...
Now, I mean, if they were sending kids to schools, or our kids to schools, if they was doing breakfast programs, you know, like what the Panthers did, hey, more power to them. But they were sitting up there and let George Soros get the 501c3 on, and they up there buying themselves mansions. And then didn't do a damn thing for the homeless. Is because I could see if they bought the mansion in Topanga Canyon. Okay, so how many people off of Skid Row in Los Angeles you're gonna let reside in the mansion to get their lives right?
Yeah, that's a lot of stars, or fallen stars on Skid Row.
Oh yeah, yeah, most definitely. And didn't you say that old boy's boyfriend threw him out, and he was out there?
Oh yeah, Billy Porter's.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we'll continue on this topic. Should FBAs be upset over BLM mural being removed?
Well, as me as a black man in America, I could care less about it. Because, you know, BLM, opportunistic organization, wasn't doing shit for the black community in the first place. So fuck them.
They're trying to get black folks upset. Why? I told you. They need our anger. They need stories that we can't post here. I mean, we did post it here, but hey, for some reason it went to, we couldn't do it. So we took it down, posted on the app. You know, any other series that we're creating. Our Friday live stream. You said in North Carolina, it said ICE had a raid. Mm-hmm. Yeah, ICE is doing their thing, you know, and my thing is, you know, you was here for Biden for 4 years and you couldn't get your act together. It's like, what could you say? You had trust me, the Democrats did do things for illegal foreign nationals. They did. So I can't really feel sorry for anybody, you know, if you didn't use Biden to get your act together.
Right.
Can't really feel bad for you, right? As people come in, I'm looking at more and more people coming on in. You know, let me cue up your girl right before she get out of office real quick, and then we'll go ahead and get started. I want to let more people come in before we get started. So let's go ahead and cue her up.
Super Mayor FBA Henry, the people's mayor.
Y'all forget I am the leader. They want to hear from the mayor. If y'all ain't learned that yet, the mayor, not the trustees that don't do nothing, that only run their mouth. Y'all don't do no
Lady,
work,
I wish
no
you would have
work.
came and brought me some of that bribe money out here to Las Vegas.
Yeah, taking trips out
y'all
there.
should be ashamed of y'all. Y'all black.
Yeah, you could
Y'all
go
black.
pay off a couple of
Y'all sitting
grand.
up here beating and attacking on a black woman that's in power. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
So this is what it's all about, guys. They don't want a black person in power. They don't want a woman in power. You ain't seen that yet. And someone so young. Everybody gotta understand, God give you what you
just
can
to lose that weave, sports your fro.
More than that. As long as you can stay the course, fight the fight, and keep going, that's what we're gonna do here at Thornton Township.
Clerk, what are you doing? You're out of order. You out of order. Did I call the roll? Did I say call the roll? I'm still speaking. You're out of order, Clerk Key. You out of order, Clerk Key. Like, stop. Y'all out of order. Everybody want to run stuff. Y'all don't run this house over here. Stop, please.
So now you have to listen in order to learn. Remove her.
That's what all the hate is all about. It's all about your super mayor became too powerful too quick. So rare, so unique, and that's what everybody got the power. It's all about control. Now stand in the front of the boys and girls of the next generation to see what it looks like to come out of controversy and to come out of all the hatred unscathed. At the end of the day, God gives the test to his strongest soldiers. Throughout all the controversy, throughout all the drama, all the naysayers, all the haters.
It look like she getting ready to fly away with them false eyelashes.
Yeah.
There she go. Look, right there, right there. Woo! That part. But they'll tell you that. Then they get in the little hate group. But you in my line getting food, your kids out here bouncing in a bouncy house, you on the skate rink, all that. To actually stand in a fire while doing it. And guess what? Doing good and looking good to the face. I am history. I am the 21st century history. I am your Rosa Parks, your Harriet Tubmans. I am that person.
Lady,
Somebody
don't you
has to
dare
say,
in
never,
your motherfucking
never,
life
give up.
compare yourself to Rosa Parks.
All right,
or
ladies and
Harriet
gentlemen, that was the super mayor.
I met Rosa
I know
Parks.
she just dropped a song. You know, I don't know if y'all seen that. She just did a song, y'all. I don't know if she's gonna do a podcast. You know, they still requesting records from her. So I don't know. Tiffany may have some federal problems, you know, by the time she get out. But let's go ahead and get started.
Well, let her walk
all
the
right.
concrete.
So
shit.
Your homegirl, Muriel Bowser, the mayor of DC. They say that Republican lawmakers have been pressing her about the Black Lives Matter mural that's instead of Black Lives Matter Plaza. And they were saying that, well, you know, if you keep that, you know, mural there, we're going to hold back some federal funding to your city.
Oh, and it's called extortion.
That's just what it was.
Okay.
Well, Muriel Bowser had caved on that, and she went on ahead and green-lighted the removal of the Black Lives Matter you know, mural that's in the Black Lives Matter
Plaza. Sound like a case of extortion.
Let's go ahead and play this news clip real quick. I just have some questions. So cue it up. Here we go, right there.
Lives Matter Plaza is officially being taken apart. Physically erased from this section of 16th Street, right outside the White House. And emotions are running high.
And you know, you can dig up the cement, but you can't erase history.
Diane Bradley is a native Washingtonian. She says she had to come see this today.
This Black Lives Matter Plaza meant a lot to a lot of people.
It's bullshit. I'm glad to see the motherfucker go.
Struggles were seen. I mean, I'm sorry, but
bullshit.
This is a travesty. A travesty.
Jessica Sawyer from Rockville with her own sign. She says she felt the need to come to the plaza.
When I heard they were going to be doing this, I felt angry. The Trump administration is bullying the DC government to do this.
Mayor Bowser has acknowledged that she made the decision to take away the writing on the plaza after pressure from the White House. And as the work continues, many here stop by to take pictures and reflect on the change. Diane continuing her own reflection.
I really hope people will open up books, they will do research on their own, and stop just following blindly behind somebody.
The plaza has been a landmark in the district since it was first installed back in 2020.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's talk about this. So should FBAs be upset of the removal of the BLM mural? Should they be upset by that?
No.
Should you get mad?
No.
Should you, you know, like the Bible say, tear your clothes? When the Bible says that, and the Pharisees were upset and tore their clothes out of anger. Like, okay, so should we be tearing our clothes in anger about this, ladies and gentlemen? I'm just very curious about that. Should we be upset? Should we be mad? Should we be going off? Should we be throwing something at the screen? What should we be doing, ladies and gentlemen? What should we be doing?
We
okay.
should be cheering that
now I'm gonna give you my opinion about the whole thing, and you may have your own opinion. Back in 2020, because I was covering news and all of that back then, no FBA was asking for a mural. They was talking about justice for George Floyd. Justice. A mural is symbolism. If we want to paint a mural, we paint a mural for whatever, right? Muriel Bowser was mayor back then, and she decided, and the city council there decided to put this down. This was, in my opinion, part of the coordination to play on the emotions of FBAs at that time period, because the Democrat Party used the emotion of George Floyd to get Joe Biden and Kamala Harris elected president and vice president of the United States. Okay.
And what did
That's
they tell
what
us?
happened. during that time period.
I ain't gonna do
It was the perfect storm for the Democrats, and they used it. I looked at that BLM Plaza.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people.
The play on symbolism, and it worked. At the time, it worked. That's not nothing black folks were asking for. Now you fast forward to today, you see why you don't look into symbolism. F for symbolism, and give me law. Give me federal law put on the books that you can't just remove it at a word.
Donation of frontline.
That's why it's important to have things that's coded in federal law. This is why. When they just give you some symbolism, number one, it didn't mean anything. How did them writing Black Lives Matter on the street, putting up a sign to say Black Lives Matter Plaza, how did that improve the life of FBAs? How did it improve? It didn't. See, the Democrats have been the kings and queens of symbolism. It's just Negro trinkets is what they like to do with you. The Democrats will do to carry it on a string. They'll do that to you too. They want to keep you just with this hope that they're going to do something. And then when they get into office, what do? Not a thing. Matter of fact, even the real Black Lives Matter, right? And we know the Black Lives Matter was a Democrat operation, but they did. But Joe Biden said, "Yeah, I'll talk to y'all when I get in office." And then Joe Biden got in office. He didn't want to hear talk from Black Lives Matter. He barely wanted to hear talk from the civil rights bootlicks. And when I say that, I'm talking about your Al Sharpton and the gang.
Yeah, man, bubblehead, man.
The Democrats only need you when it's time to vote. They'll show up at your church. They'll show up wherever you at. They'll hug you, kiss your babies. They'll dance with you. They'll put hot sauce in their purse. And then after you go to that voter booth, you don't see them no more. Then they back in office finessing all the money. Doing all they money laundering and insider trading and getting rich off the stock market. But if you had some insider information, you would go to jail. I would go to jail. Like Martha Stewart, she went to jail, right? For insider trading. How is it that Nancy Pelosi isn't in jail? She's the queen of insider trading. She works in Congress.
Yeah.
Right? This lady has made so much money off the stock market. They have websites that track her trades. If she buys something, because matter of fact, I think I used one of those. It was called. I used one of them one time, and I say, let me track her trades. And so the moment she buys, it buys for you. The moment she sells, it sells for you, and you will make money following her trades. That is the queen of insider trading. Why isn't she in jail? That's what I want to know. But the symbolism don't turn into anything tangible for Black Americans. I'm not upset. Take it away. Put whatever you want on there. I don't care at this point. It's y'all street. Do what you want to do with it. Don't care. And see, they're trying to do everything they can. Listen to me. They try to do everything they can to get Black folk upset. Okay? This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to get Black folks upset. Why? I told you. They need our anger. They need our emotion because this country feeds off of our emotion. They feed off of our pain. They feed off of it. It's beyond which at this point, it's not even of God what they're doing. They need us out. That's why they just like trying to do everything they can. Like, ooh, look, Black people, we're going to take away the Black Lives Matter mural. I know you're upset about that, right? Do you know they was asking Black people on the street that question? Are you upset by that? What? Let me ask the folks, listen to me. I know you're listening. Why do you want us upset? Now, when we were quote unquote upset and in the street protesting, destroying things, right? Burning things down, blocking traffic, you was mad about that. Oh, these black people, they all in the street, they blocking traffic, and you want to put laws on the books in Florida where you can run over people, right? You were mad about that. Now you're mad that we're not out there doing it. What in the hell wrong with y'all? Shouldn't you be happy that we're not blocking traffic? Shouldn't you be happy that we're not breaking windows and burning businesses and fighting with cops? Shouldn't you be like ecstatic that we're not doing that? Shouldn't you be happy that we're actually following law and order? Shouldn't you be happy about that? You say, look, hey man, black people finally got it. They're not even saying anything. Y'all should be happy about it. On the contrary, y'all want us to do that. On the contrary, y'all keep questioning, where's black people? Why don't they care? Why won't they say nothing? I mean, what's going on? I mean, who told them to do this? Well, what is this? That's why I say, like, I told people, black folks, this. Don't ever try to figure out their psychology, because you're going to have the biggest migraine trying to figure that one out. Think about it. We talking about common sense. Common sense would say, okay, if you're complaining about us all the time protesting, then we're not doing it. We're chilling at our crib. We're on spring break. You know, we enjoying ourselves. We're not in nobody's business. We mind our own business. And then you're mad that we're not doing anything. Or let's get away from the folks. You other groups. Why aren't y'all coming out and saying nothing about ICE? Now, all you other groups wanted proximity to whiteness. All of y'all. And now, since they're telling you that you were never in the club because you're not us at all. You were never in the club. We used you as a buffer group against FBAs, but right now, y'all don't have no use. And these white numbers are decreasing. And in order for us to possibly practice a South Africa strategy, the South Africa apartheid strategy, where we be the minority but yet control everything, we got to make sure that some of you groups that's in here, that your numbers are getting too high, you got to go. Let me tell you the real reason why they're targeting Hispanics, Latinos. Listen to me. I'm going to tell you why they're targeting you. This as much as I'm going to give you is just telling you. I'm not going out there and doing nothing. But they're targeting you because your numbers are too plentiful. They're not producing. They have negative birth rates. So since they believe in numbers, okay, they believe in, listen, they know the game they played by giving everybody honorary white status. They know the game they played. They know the finesse. They know, right? You got all these different groups. They say they claim them in America as white, but the real white people know who's who, okay? And they know our numbers aren't increasing, but all these other people we brought in here is increasing. And the people whose numbers have been increasing the fastest is Hispanics. So that's why ICE is going heavy at Hispanics. It's a numbers thing, right? Do you see them going heavy at Asians like that? I mean, think about it. The Asian population is not as high as the Hispanic population, even though they gonna get them out too, right? Yes, they'll get some Africans out. Yes, they'll get some Caribbeans out, but they don't have the numbers. The Africans and Caribbeans don't have the numbers like Hispanics do in this country. So they're going to go harder at Hispanics because let me say something else. Do you think ICE and the government haven't seen some of the comments y'all made on TikTok? Because if I've seen it, I know they've seen it. Let me tell y'all some conversations I've seen where people said. Somebody had made a couple of videos on TikTok, because you know the government's monitoring, and they said that if the United States will go to war with Mexico, that a lot of them were saying, the ones that's here, even citizens here, that they will go to war against the United States for Mexico. That's having an insurgency within the country. Do you think they don't? If I seen it, you think the government didn't see that? You really think they thinking, yeah, we don't really want an insurgency? Not to say America wants to go to war with Mexico. That's not what nobody's saying. But for the simple fact of that, let me tell you how the white supremacists work. Just because you saying those things, and y'all so silly saying this mess online in the Trump era. You say this mess online in the Trump era, that you would go to war against America for Mexico within America. that the way white supremacy works, that's a threat. They not even, I'm not saying they thinking about going to war against Mexico. They not even saying that. But just for you even mentioning that, they're going to go to war against you because now you become a major threat because your numbers are too big. But the folks, let me tell you something. This is what you get. And if they do that with you, they do that. I ain't got nothing to do with it. You know why? You brought in all these foreign nationals into this country. Y'all did. And you know why you brought them all into this country? With all these different ideologies, different languages, different religions, and all you brought. See, it was just, for the most part, black folks here, white folks. You have some Native Americans, but it was mostly black folks and white folks. That's mostly what it is. And then after they signed the immigration bill in the 60s, you start bringing everybody in here. You did not think that would come to a head eventually? Having all these countercultures, dual loyalties, dual allegiances, you didn't think that would like catch up with you eventually? Do you really think those people are going to fight for you? See, you thought the folks, because you getting caught up on everything. You thought you was going to use these other people against us, right? As a buffer group to shield you from criticism of racism, discrimination. See, I'm not racist. Hey, the Hispanic guy over there, see, he's in this country. He's doing well. If we were so racist, how we have him here? No, you only brought him here because you didn't want to pay him right. Because when black folks say, oh, no, if you pay me, you say, oh, no, I won't either. Let me go get some people from Latin America to come over here and pay them even less than what we were paying y'all. And see, you didn't anticipate
more reason for us to
by
build
doing
our
that,
own
that they didn't have allegiances to
Why
the
do we need money to do that? Well, I was talking about
we didn't anticipate that.
We need money.
Now you're trying to fix it, right? But it's too late. It's too many of them are citizens. You can't deport everybody because a lot of them are citizens. You did that, and everything you do to harm us. That's the interesting thing. You do everything you do with immigration, you do it to harm us, and what happens in the end? You harm yourself. Have you not learned that we are God's children? Have you not learned that? That when you harm us, in the end, you're gonna harm yourself?
Yeah.
You'd have done so much better after slavery. If the way it was during Reconstruction, you would have let FBAs just build and thrive. That would have been the better for America. We would have thrived, innovated. We wasn't going nowhere. We didn't have no dual allegiances. We'd have built up this country even better than what it was after slavery.
Yeah.
This country could have been 100 times more richer. But no, you didn't want it. You didn't want it because you wanted to make sure to keep down the black man and woman of America. And even though we have still thrived in the midst of your oppression, now everything you have done is coming right back to a head. You really think these other groups,
them chickens coming,
any kind of loyalty to you? Listen, these other groups are here for their own benefits. They're not here for you. This is why they really want to fight against you, because think about it.
Take.
They have the attitude, well, I can't beat them, so I'm gonna join them. But really, that's a user mentality. And if the going get tough in America, guess what happens? They all gonna leave and go back to their homeland. Let me tell you something. If somebody fled their homeland, then they have no allegiance to this place.
Yep. That's.
They fled. That's what it is, folks.
Yep.
You know, to the folks, you think you're so smart. Oh, you think you're so smart.
Oh,
and in the end, it always bites you right in the. And then now you want to come to black folk. Black people, yeah, that immigration. Yeah, the immigration that you've been using to harm us forever. What about it? Yeah, so many of them here. Well, who let them in? It wasn't FBAs. Who let them in? Why are you telling us about immigration? Well, hey, we got to get with ICE. If we call ICE because we choose to, but don't tell me nothing about no ICE, because I didn't bring them people in here. I didn't give my tax dollars to them people either. You did it. It's the liberal. It's both of y'all. Because y'all conservatives own businesses too. Y'all own farms. Y'all own all this stuff, and y'all use immigrants to go do the work. So stop lying. Stop saying it's the liberal. No, it's you too. It's both of y'all. Both of you are together.
They're talking about political parties, though.
And check this out. Mass deportations with ICE and Trump, right? But how come we haven't seen mass arrest of the business owners? How come we haven't seen that? President Trump and Tom Homan. How come we haven't seen the business owners being hauled off with them?
Because
you getting the immigrants that's illegal? Okay, cool. What a business, Tom Homan. If I had a chance to interview Tom Homan, I would tell him that. Hey, sir, let me ask you a question. I haven't seen a single video of these business owners being hauled off to jail with them.
Right.
Because they hired them and they knew they were illegal. Why aren't they going to jail?
Right.
Well, you know why they're not going to jail? Because the Democrat administration or Republican administration is not going to mass incarcerate white people. They're never going to do it.
Never.
Democrat or Republican.
I've been
it don't matter
that
which
for
side.
15 years.
Mass incarceration is supposed to be for people like black people, not them. They're breaking federal law by hiring them.
Uncle Phil, laws are meant to be broken.
That's why in one instance, you may say, yeah, the Republicans are getting tough on immigration and getting them out. Yeah, but they're not locking up all them good white folks that hired them. All these farmers that's complaining in Nebraska that they people left. Why are these farmers going to jail? They're literally admitting that they were breaking the law. Where's ICE to go arrest them? That's why I don't want to hear that from them folks about, yeah, they got to get out and this and that and the third. Until I see them folks getting locked up with them.
With the criminals. The X-Man told you that over 60 years
So they want everybody
ago.
to jump on the bandwagon with them about getting the illegal immigrants out. Okay, yes, because it's harming black people. Yeah, we want them out of our cities for sure. But they are not innocent. And it's just not Joe Biden and the Democrats. It's the Republicans too. It's both of them. Because they use immigrants, illegal foreign nationals, to maintain their wealth because they don't want to pay for no labor. They don't want to pay for labor. Because they got 250 years of free labor from us.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, as a business owner, they made a lot of money. Let me explain something to you as a business owner. I have people, you see a lot of people working with us here. If I didn't have to pay a dime to nobody that works with us here, I didn't have to pay nothing. All I had to pay was put them in housing, right? And matter of fact, all I had to do is provide the materials for them to build their own housing because they build their own housing, right? So all people that work with me, I would make them build their own housing. All I had to do was buy them clothes, shoes, food, make sure they're good medically, right? Make sure they have everything they need to do the work here. And I never had to pay them. All I had to do was basically maintain them. Do you know how much money I could make if everybody was here working for free? Man, I would have a bag. So these people got free labor for 250 years. Then after slavery, they say, okay, now you gotta start paying for labor, right? So they start finessing black people, not to pay them right. Then when they got to the point they can't finesse us no more, okay, we can't really finesse black people, especially after that civil rights movement, we can't finesse them. Let's start flooding the country with immigrants because we can finesse them. Well, the FBAs, we still get free labor out of them, but that's bringing mass incarceration because in prison, we can enslave them, according to the same 13th Amendment that supposedly freedom. So let's mass incarcerate them, make them work for Walmart and Amazon and Microsoft and all that behind the walls of prison. But when they get out of prison, when they get out of prison, they can't even get a job at Microsoft. But it's free labor. See, it's all this about free labor or reduced pay in labor.
Oh, no.
It don't matter if the Democrats are in or Republicans are in, they both want to maintain white supremacy, and those white business owners are not going to be jailed. So when you hear the Republicans talking about immigration, they're not honorable either. And I'll tell any Republican that to their face. why aren't the business owners being locked up? And this is what they'll do. If you get on to them, all of a sudden you start seeing the Hispanic business owners getting locked up for hiring their own people. No. Don't arrest Julio over here that's making enchiladas and hire his own people. No. Go to that farm that's owned by Joe Bob over there. They got 90 of them working. Go arrest them. And he been doing that the whole time. He had a farm. He had a farm for 40 years and had nothing but illegal immigrants breaking the law. Yeah. See, they can break the law all day long, but you and me break it, oh man, we going to prison.
Mm-hmm. You're right, Uncle Phil.
When Republicans come talk to you about immigration, you tell them, hey, I haven't seen them talking about these white farmers. I haven't seen them get locked up for hiring illegal immigrants. Why are these CEOs not getting locked up for hiring illegal immigrants? Like, that's against the law. You got to cut off the incentive. Give example. And I wasn't supposed to go this far. I mean, I'm supposed to get into other stuff, but I'm going to get to it. That's like arresting the drug addict and leaving the dealer on the street. They know the dealer's there. They know, but you're going to arrest the drug addict and not the drug dealer. Or in some of these cities, they actually do this. You're arresting the tricks, but not going to arrest the 304s. So you leave the 304s on the streets to sell, right? But you're doing all the arresting of the tricks. The logical thing would be remove the tricks, remove the drug dealer, and you eliminate the demand, right? Because they're not there to give drugs or kitty and anything else they're selling, You're
wrong, Uncle
in the 304
Phil. You're
world.
eliminating the supply.
That's what they're doing.
Get it right, Uncle Phil.
Jane is right. Republicans and Democrats, that Democrat-Republican thing, it don't matter. It's white supremacy. And until y'all listen, the trick is, see that Republican over there, he's so mean, and he's so this and that and the third, boy, y'all got, and then the Republicans say, that Democrat, look at it, he brings in all this filth, and he's letting all this, girls and women's sports, and he's doing this and he's doing that. But they have Republicans who are trans too. Do you think it's only Democrats who are part of the trans community? The LGBT community is in the Republican Party. So they can't be too serious against it. They both playing it's theater. It's political theater they doing to people. Don't get caught up in that Democrat-Republican crap. Because they both about maintaining racism, white supremacy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, they're two sides of the same coin.
Of racism, white supremacy. That's the coin.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy, yeah. Them 304s, yeah. Them cops do that all the time. I could arrest you, but, come in this alley back here and, now I'll tell you what you need to do not to get arrested today. We on YouTube, so I got to keep it clean, right?
Man,
yeah. Lindsey Graham. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Everybody know that dude. Like if you can't see it, that dude is on Team Bussy. Come on. And people talk about him. Say, he lived with his friend. I wonder what kind of friend he living with. Not man's best friend, not the dog. But let me get to what else I was supposed to talk to. Lord, I didn't win because I didn't put Jasmine Crockett name up here. I got to talk about it now. I didn't went in too long on that subject. Let's get to your girl, Jasmine Crockett. Now, Jasmine Crockett has been, using her ratchet accent.
Yeah.
And it looked like it's getting to her, y'all. Y'all kind of going in on it, and she done made a recent video. Brace yourself. Jasmine Crockett used a filter too to lighten her skin. And y'all listen to your girl Jasmine Crockett.
But it seems like now what is dirt and what is a conversation, as people don't know whether or not the government is going to stay open, as people are losing their jobs, whether they're government jobs or private jobs, as people don't know whether or not they're going to be able to afford food, as people don't know whether or not they're going to have assistance to get food. It seems like the most important thing that people can figure out to talk about is what? Oh, let me help y'all. The most important thing that they can talk about is my quote unquote accent. My accent. Yeah, I don't have an accent. I mean, if anything, it's Texan, right? Maybe mixed with a little bit of St. Louis. And then determining that my accent is fake because of the types of schools that I went to. Like, seriously, y'all, like, honestly, I guess that's what's most frustrating, is that there's nothing to find. Because if there was, I'm sure they would already laid it out for sure. But if the worst that you got to say is that, yes, I went to private school, I'm just saying, it's a bad day for you. Because, you know, just yesterday, I was just this big DEI hire. And now they're like, well, wait a minute. She's too qualified, right? Like she went off to these fancy schools and then she gets out, she talks to it. I talk whatever way I want to because yes, I do have the education. And I've got the heart. I've got the heart to fight for the people. That's why I ran for office. So the only thing that you're laying out is that, no, I didn't have to run for office, just like a lot of other people didn't have to run for office. You've got people that run for office for various reasons. Some people are selfish and nothing but slime balls, and that is why we have a lot of things that are broken. That is why right now we're sitting around and a little broken because we got slime balls that decided that they wanted to run for office, or we got a bunch of spineless people that are sitting in office. And I am still the bleeding heart liberal. Yes, I said it, the bleeding heart liberal that actually cares and believes in this country. What the hell are you going to do about these race soldiers that murder unarmed black people? The land of the free and the land of opportunity.
Nothing.
When I get dated, that's when I'll quit. When I'm kind of just over it, that's when I'll quit. Until then, just stay mad, because clearly y'all ain't found a bootleg husband. Y'all ain't found a bunch of baby daddies. Y'all ain't found any types of crimes, because Lord knows y'all would love to throw me in jail really just for existing. Not that that's what we're supposed to do, but you know, whatever. So I just wanted to come on and shout out Dr. Stacy, because I had no idea that they had now gotten mad because the worst thing that they found is that I went to private school. And
the worst thing we found.
Well, I will say this. Jasmine, your man hating is showing you saying a bootleg husband. Nobody said you had a bootleg husband. Some people said that they thought you were married, but nobody said anything negative about the imaginary man. You just said bootleg husband. So it lets you know what you think about men. That's a filter she's using. She's not getting lighter skin. That's a filter, okay? Jasmine, you know what I found about people that's real educated sometimes? They really don't think too well on their feet at times because they're so being extremely book smart, there's nothing wrong with that. But it teaches you too much order, protocol, and programming. And it's sometimes some people can't, I'm not saying all, but a lot of them can't deviate outside of that. Jasmine, listen, you just cooked yourself. Nobody had to cook you. This video cooked you. You cooked yourself. Let me tell you how you cooked yourself. Everybody was saying that all that cussing and all the things you were doing was fake and phony because you're not from the hood.
Right.
Then you literally gave them what they said about you. Then you say, oh, because I went to a private school. No, it's not an issue that you went to a private school. That's not the problem. The issue is you went to a pricey private school in Missouri, right? That was a predominantly white school. You didn't come from the hood, hence to why we are calling you out as being fake and phony. With this Sistagurl accent, shaking your head and your bundles and the big lashes and all. You know what I'm saying? That's not where you come from, ma'am.
Right.
You just made everybody right on what you're saying because you really pulled out your real accent. That's how you really talk. In this video, that's how she really talk, y'all. That right there. And I'm okay with her speaking that way. I have no problem with her speaking that way. Just keep speaking that way.
Right.
You can advocate for Democrat and not put on some cussing every 5 minutes and my ancestors built this MF. Like, you know good well that's not the way you talk. You know that. So Jasmine, you cooked yourself. That's it. So anytime you come out there, some old talking about, oh, what you think about Elon Musk? F off. Like, That's not you. And we're going to keep calling you fake and phony until you stop. Democrat, you're going to have to use another one. She ain't it.
Nope.
She not it. Now,
definitely not it.
This one sister here was a boy. She wasn't too pleased with Jasmine Crockett. Let me go y'all and play what this one sister said about Jasmine Crockett.
There are actually people in my comments telling me that Jasmine Crockett is fighting for my civil rights. I am an American. How is her fighting for illegals fighting for my civil rights? How is her voting for transgenders to play in women's sports fighting for my civil rights?
Right.
Are y'all delusional? How is a woman that hates the country that our ancestors built through slavery fighting for my civil rights? She's fighting hard to destroy this country that my ancestors built for free. And you mean to tell me she's fighting for my civil rights? I don't think so, baby. And Booker T. Washington was so right, and I hated to hear him say that when he said what he said about black people voting and black people being involved in politics. I have never saw a fight so hard, a group fight so hard for the economic decline of the country that was built by my ancestors for free. And now I can get a piece of the pie? No. What my ancestors went through will not be in vain. Since y'all love identity politics so much. At this point, I'm convinced that if you still voting Democrat and you black, you are under a generational curse. It ain't working, boo-boo. It's time to switch it up. It is absolutely insanity for you to keep voting for the same exact thing and expecting different results. It ain't working, babe. Give it up. I literally used to go in there and just vote Democrat.
Sides of the goddamn same fucking coin.
Look that up. See what is going on.
Only person I'm voting for is Jesse Perry.
From identity politics. It is destroying our community. Stop voting with your emotions. Vote logically. Democrats operate off of your emotions. They are playing with your emotions. Prime example, Andrew Gillum in Florida. I was riding hard for this and he embarrassed me. He out here doing meth and sleeping with trannies. Get out your feelings so you can get in your bag, okay? It ain't working for our people. Move on. Try something different.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm starting to see more videos like that of sisters popping up. You know what I'm saying? Criticizing Jasmine Crockett. They're not down with that. They see her fake Sistagurl act and all that. We know Jasmine Crockett not for us because Jasmine Crockett don't say it. Listen, Jasmine Crockett in that video just said that she's a bleeding heart liberal.
Karen Bass ain't for us.
What kind of black woman would say that?
London Bridge
and
ain't
you're a
for
bleeding
us.
heart liberal.
Kamala isn't for us.
You know good and well liberal policy.
You know what I'm saying?
Never benefited FBAs.
Sure for us.
But she's not there to benefit us. She's not there. So, you know, it's just amazing, like, you know, people who's a novice to the internet world. Yeah. See, let me tell y'all something. Some of y'all Democrats, y'all don't know this world. And y'all don't have the right people around you to teach you this world either, right? If y'all was smart, y'all probably would talk to the people that know what they're doing. Y'all hiring these white consultant firms, and they're telling you, oh, well, do this, and we did some research, and this is what the conversation is. So start using these words. Start saying, you know, the country is built by, you know, your ancestors, and start doing dances and start doing this and that and the third. It's not authentic because you have no really grassroots support. If you want to win elections, you're going to have grassroots support. That's what's going to carry you. Because see, when the grassroots like kind of say put the stamp of approval on you, then it's going to have other people put the stamp of approval on you too. See, the reason why Jasmine Crockett, even the folks are going in on her, is because the grassroots don't support her. If the grassroots supporting Jasmine Crockett, they would have to hold off on what they're saying. Basically, she don't have the grassroots protection. The boule is not going to protect her either, because the boule is they sell each other out every day for a position, for a job. Prime example, boule. Because both of them boule. You know Joy Reid lost her show, right? Okay, cool.
Great news.
Joy Reid lost her show.
Great
Boule
news.
Martin. This lady didn't even lose her show. She wasn't even 24 hours off of the air. Boule Martin puts up a post. Yeah, you know, Joy, we got to own our own stuff, and Joy Reid off the air. You know, you need so if you want to watch something at 7 o'clock, come watch me. I'm like, bruh, could you at least let her be off the air 30 days? Yeah, like to say like you supposed to be cool with Joy Reid. Like, man, you a sucker MC for that. Like, bro, you didn't care about that y'all supposed to be black friends and black colleagues in the boule. Y'all don't even care about each other. That's what I'm saying. The boule don't care. The boule will cutthroat each other. They will cutthroat all day long for a position.
Yeah, we're gonna have a special guest in the future on a future episode on StreamYard of Shabak's Black Experience Enhanced.
What you say, Great Black Shark? Said Jasmine would detach those mutant caterpillars from my eyes and fling them at you. Nah. Yeah. Jasmine better be careful with them things. You know, people have gotten serious eye infections with them things. Now, Jasmine, you know, boule member, I know she's not using the glue. I know she's going in there and getting the ones put in, like, you know, each lash. The ones that take a little while. That's the ones Jasmine's going to get. But yeah. I think that lash stuff is just doing too much. It's doing way too much. Too much. Well, what happened to mascara? Back, you remember back in the day, back in the Gap?
Was the latest video.
Women wasn't putting on no lashes. They were using just mascara. That's what they were using. I mean, this is why they say it today. You know, at times it's hard to tell between a trans woman and a biological woman because they both dress the same. They make their face up the same.
Shit, man, you better learn how to take
back in the day, you would know the difference with a trans woman versus a biological woman.
Shit, you better take some inventory.
Do all this eccentric makeup, lashes, like you just know. It's like, okay, you know good and well. You already know that's going on over here. But how did these biological women start doing the makeup of trans women? When did that come into play? Maybe if somebody can do the history on that to see that, but yeah. Don't understand it. That's why I always tell men, don't get serious with no woman until you see her without makeup, without any of that mess on, because that's the real her you go look at. I don't understand all that. I just don't.
I don't think you need to.
I just don't.
I think you just need to know what you gotta put.
You say just tell MGT don't play the Dungeons with Jasmine. No, well, you know, I mean, I laugh at her. She roasting people. I think it's funny at times, but I mean, okay, roasting is okay, but what policies are you doing for FBAs? Well, clearly she's not focused on FBAs, she's focused on immigration and LGBT and all those other things, right? Abortion and all of that. So, I mean, like I say, like my grandmother used to say, you put some black people to clown, they make an A. You say, but it's time to do something serious, then you see what they got going on. So
have that and still have a fake booty.
What's her name? Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know, you can clown her all she want, but she try to fight for her people. She fight for white folk.
Why are we even worried about it?
I'll give her that.
You are for yourself.
When you see Jasmine fighting for black folk. So please. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us on the stream tonight. Really appreciate it. Make sure you click the subscribe button here on YouTube at least. Make sure you click the like button. Also, tomorrow, 12 p.m.
We're giving you too much pub, brother, and you ain't reciprocating.
Hey, he gave me a month trial or a week trial.
No, he did. How much he charge you for it?
He didn't charge me nothing for it.
Yeah, and we're gonna need some money for Shabak's Black Experience Enhanced for next month to keep the StreamYard up.
We talked about it already. That's what I'm saying. Now I'm home. Like, give me a day or two, and I'll get us back to being right again. But this is crazy. You just can't be doing willy-nilly shit. It affects all of us. We got this under. We got like. It's not just Shabak's Black Experience now.
Right? It's the whole frontline campaign.
Well, really, y'all just act like it's just you two. And I've been over there doing my own shit for like 5 years.
No, Lady J, wait a second. You know, I share your material all the time, sister. Now, come on now.
I'm at work. When I'm right now, like I'm coherent, right? I'm not all fucked up with the medicine, and I'm over there like I want to watch it on the big screen so I can, you know, share it out the way I know how, because everything's about to, like, dude, they just took away my finances the end of the month.
Yeah, all you gotta do is reapply.
In the world, I'm about to be affected by it, so I have to rearrange my financial budget, which is what I was trying to talk about for months and months and months by the Black collective. You know what I mean? And now we're already in it, and now we gotta fix it. And so I feel like tomorrow or like Tuesday at the latest, I'm gonna be trying to make it a more financial thing so that we can drum up money for this whole thing.
We'll make it, Lady Che. We'll make it.
Yeah,
just concentrate on getting better, Lady Che. I know you're in a lot of pain because I'm in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
Although I ain't been cut on when was the last time I got cut on? I think about 30 years ago, you know. So look here. Okay, so I'm gonna bid you all a good night here from Sin City.
Thank you for joining us, Crockett.
Once again, thank you for having me, and I'll give you a call because Brother Che, don't you have to do the food bank tomorrow?
Yep, in the morning.
All right, okay, so I'll give you a call, about 2:00 my time after you, get you some rest with the food bank. And then I'm going to try to put together with shoestrings and bubble gum a StreamYard. You know what I'm saying? I might have to call lightning or what have you, but we're going to make it happen. It's because the issue, that we want to address, is Stinky Bird and these astronauts. And then there's SpaceX, okay? And then also to the issue that we want to address is the let me see right here. Of course, the tangibles.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Brother Che. I got it on note somewhere, man. I got to go through all this shit, man, to get it. So I'll give you a call tomorrow after you finish the food bank and get you some rest to let you know what it be. So we'll make it happen, Captain. And later for them buckets, man.
And them papers and later for
GMO ponies. You know what I'm saying?
Organic
GMO ponies.
We don't do GMO. We do organic, all natural.
GMO ponies.
They're gonna get the horsepower, and we're gonna run all over y'all and throw dunks.
We rebuilding the team. You know what I'm saying? And I'll give you some details on that because we tried to get your Deion Sanders out here with the Raiders.
Oh, y'all can keep on dreaming on that.
Yeah, just say, we'd love to have Deion Sanders out here.
His son said they were going to play for Colorado. They want to stay in Colorado, so they want to be Broncos. So,
man, ponies. The Pony Express.
I hope we don't get Deion Sanders. Yeah, it's really for y'all.
Yeah, well, we're trying to get somebody because I told the Raiders on their wall when they were showing Antonio Pierce, and I said, you all are bums. My support for you is suspended.
Fedor and Travis.
Until you all get a winning season, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
when was the last time y'all had one of those?
Last time I had what?
The Broncos, talking about the Raiders.
The last time the Raiders had a Super Bowl?
No, the last time they had a winning season.
Probably about 7 years ago. Yeah, probably about 7 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's too bad Al Davis is gone. You know what I'm saying? But it's just win, baby. Just win.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, Al Davis is through, man. He cashed in his chips. You know what I'm saying? He cashed it in. He made his appointment. The unknown appointment that everybody has, that don't nobody know the date and time. But you will be on time for your appointment. You just don't know the date and time.
Yep, you just don't know the checkout date.
Yeah, exactly. You see, so everybody has their appointment. See, this is the kind of shit that will get your mind right. You see what I mean?
For your mind,
anyway,
that's what follow.
Yeah, and so anyway, we're going to bid y'all good night from the desert. It's 42 degrees right here. I'm freezing. I'm feeling like I'm in snow. I need the sun.
30 something.
S-U-N, sun.
The solar.
Yeah. Yeah, we need that soul. Don't they call the sun soul?
Yep.
Yeah. And Joe Gibson, if you out there, come out here, sit in the sun, on the first day of summer. I'll call the paramedics for you, man. When your skin gets to peeling and you start turning red. I won't leave you out there. But you all damn sure will leave my ass out there in that cold ass snow. And that shit was cold, boy. Shit, boy. It had me straight twisted. Had to let my vehicle run for about 30 minutes to get the needle to move. So, because if you started cold, as you know, you're going to be busting the piston. And then guess what you got for a vehicle? J-U-N-K. Like them Tesla trucks. J-U-N-K. You see what I mean? I mean, they're ugly. They're overpriced.
Bulletproof.
They look too militaristic to me.
Yeah, because they're bulletproof.
Lord have mercy. And, all right, and so if Stinky Bird is making bulletproof vehicles, what does that tell you that's coming ahead? You know what I'm saying? And today, it made Miss Fannie Lou Hamer, rest in peace. And I think that the civil rights workers and the civil rights movement had highly disrespected the memories of Rosa Parks, Fannie Lou Hamer, Viola Louiso, who was a white woman from Detroit, by the way. So when I get this, hey, man, well, Shabaka, you're arrogant black bastard. No, we recognize the ultimate sacrifice that Viola Louiso made.
Yeah, we also recognize the sacrifice that Patty Hearst made.
Well, Patty Hearst belongs in jail, okay? I remember that case very well. You know what I'm saying? Very well. But you know who pardoned her? Old Jimmy. But Jimmy, I appreciated Jimmy more as a former president than he was president, because Jimmy got out there, him and his wife, in their senior years, and they were building.
Yeah, they were.
What's that there, Brother Che? The Habitat for Humanity for that. So I respect Carter more as a former vice president than the president. Keep in mind that old Jimmy, he did a C-note. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yep. Jimmy did a C-note. He did do. He did a C-note.
On that note, we're going to bid you a good night from the Mile High.
Yeah, man.
And the legal market.
Yeah, the Mile High Income City, yeah.
On to be arrested city. Because arrest Johnson, he got to go.
Oh, yeah. They need to go in and impeach his ass, but that there'd be too much like right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I said, the only person I'm voting for any political office would be Che Nkrumah, also known as Jesse Paris.
Oh, thank you, Shabaka. All right, one more and Lady Che. Don't forget Lady Che.
Oh, yeah, that's right. She's running for office. Yeah, Lady Che, do something about them dummy police officers sitting on a highway. I think that's your key to winning right there. That's your left jab, And keep hitting the same spot with it. Yep.
All right, we're going to be good night, Shabaka. Thank you for staying up late with us.
All right, y'all. Okay, talk to y'all, in a few hours.
Okay.
And later for the buckets.
Go Broncos and go Nuggets.
Well, I'm waiting for the buckets to play the Warriors. Oh, by the way, FYI, Seth Curry. Steph Curry. He got the record. NBA. For the most 3-pointers in history.
Yeah.
So Warriors come out to play. Warriors come out to play.
While you're in 6th place. Yeah, come on and play while you're in 6th place.
Well, if the playoffs happen tomorrow, they would have to play the 3rd seed. You know what I'm saying?
That would be the Mavericks. No, that would be the Rockets. That would be the who? The Rockets.
Oh, Houston? Yeah. And one thing I will say about the Houston Rockets, who also played for the Lakers, that basketball never gave this man his props, in my opinion. And that there was LA's unsung hero, the one and only Mr. Robert Horry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He'll come off the bench. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. I've seen Robert Horry win more Laker games than a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, folks. So night from what city am I in? Damn, man. Yeah. Sin City. Right. Come on, 7-Eleven. Clack. All right, ladies and gentlemen, like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Okay. And then also to definitely check out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on StreamYard. We need dough for that platform. After I get more educated on it, we'll be putting something up there. You know what I'm saying? We might try to get y'all some shirts or some cups or something. Yeah. But, we got something brewing in this laboratory out here in Las Vegas. And it's formula, and hopefully it won't go kaboom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, dagnabbit, we try our best. I might not be the sharpest tool in the shed. You know what I mean? But for all you youngins out there, remember one thing about old ass Shabaka. I've already been your age. Yeah. Your test is, can you make it to mine? I'm out.
Okay, good night, Shabaka. All right, so we're going to move along to the next topic. Thank you for joining us, our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey. We're going to try to make it to your age and then some. Now, moving along, we got, what do we have? I think it's more Democrat bull crap. Let me see. We have, I think it's another BLM video. Let me see. Okay. We got radio caller leaks Black Caucus letter to Governor Newsom requesting reparations money for personal ties. Yeah, I wish I could have stayed for that one, especially since it's very close to California. Oh no, this is the anti. And I put it in there. Anti-Blacc. While anti-Black racists feel they had a major win against FBAs with BLM Mural being removed.
Hey everybody, this is Mark Blanton, and this is
tomorrow, because some other things I want to talk about tomorrow night on Friday night. And supporters, hey, we're gonna get that American commercial done. We got to get the commercial done there. It was co-opted. It didn't start off, and we know that that's more symbolism. That's no substance to it. I say remove it. I say give us reparations, and you don't have to put no mural nowhere. Right. You don't have to put no statue nowhere. Just give us reparations. I'm cool on that. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But people like Charlie Kirk, he's one of them, right? People like him are very, very excited to see this mural being removed. Now, once again, the Black community did not ask for a Black Lives Matter mural.
Right.
We know that Black Lives Matter, it was co-opted. It didn't start off the way it did. It was co-opted. It was co-opted by a bunch of white liberals. They start bringing in all the LGBT influence into this, when we know the brothers and sisters in Ferguson is the one that really jumped everything off.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying?
So,
and later it got co-opted. And all these different characters you saw coming up, talking about Black Lives Matter. You know, D. Ray McKesson and Netta, and then you had Patrice Cullors and and all the other ones, Alicia Garza, and all these different people talking about Black Lives Matter. Everybody got a check, but with the real people that was on the ground, the real people that was fighting for black people, for really fighting for black lives, they wasn't getting anything. They wasn't getting no help. They had to come out of pocket to do things for black people.
Yeah.
And we see how the Democrats used Black Lives Matter as a big finesse. During this time period of that mural, that's when DEI came in. We didn't ask for DEI.
Yeah.
We asked for reparations. We asked for justice. We asked for an anti-black hate crime bill. We asked for qualified immunity to be get rid of that.
Yeah.
We didn't ask for no. See, you have to understand, when you let people come in and you're not controlling the narrative as you should.
Yeah.
That's how people could come in with other agendas.
Yeah.
See, we have learned a lot from 4 years ago. You understand? Well, now almost 5 years ago. What we learned is we were not gatekeeping the culture. We were not gatekeeping the culture.
Yeah.
And because we were not gatekeeping the culture, is why the white liberals could come in and the Democrats could come in and do what they were doing and do all this symbolism and get you thrown off and get you all, and the pandemic came in at kind of like at the same time. It was a perfect storm. So the Democrats did what, boy, they really did one. And I admit it, the Democrats played black people very well. They really did. Yeah. But they only had one time to do it. Now you fast forward, the 2024 election, the Democrats couldn't do that, right? They couldn't. There was only a one-trick pony for them.
Yeah.
Because I'm a firm believer, you got one good time to get me. I'll tell anybody that. You got one good time. And maybe because you may get me is because maybe I didn't try to see the worst in you. But you're not gonna get me twice.
Right.
And what a lot of black people are saying is you're not about to get us twice. That was one good time. And I'll never forget Boulay Martin sitting outside of a polling place crying.
Yeah.
Because they promised him some money, he got his bag, hey. But my thing is now is a different day. We don't care nothing about no Black Lives Matter. We don't care nothing about it because they didn't do nothing for black people.
Right.
You understand? These people in Black Lives Matter was getting TV shows and all kind of things they were getting. And what was black Americans getting? Not a freaking thing.
Right.
Now, you have people like Charlie Kirk, just seeing the words of Black Lives Matter, just, it ran off through people like him. And, people like him whine all the time. And I want to talk about his psychology tonight, and not just him, but the people that think like him, because he's only one of many. You understand? So Charlie Kirk went to the Black Lives Matter Plaza, where they supposed to change to the Liberty Plaza. He went over there to celebrate them removing Black Lives Matter off of there. So let's play this, but we want to get into his psychology. Let me get down here to Charlie Kirk here. There we go.
Hey, everybody. Live from Black Lives Matter Plaza. Well, it's not called that anymore. As you can see, the working crews are out. And it is the end of this mass race hysteria happening in our country. This right here, by the way, that was the church they tried to burn down. You remember. The crews are out here removing this 2-block long mural of Black Lives Matter Plaza out here in the streets of Washington, D.C. It is quite the effort. They have to actually get down to the street itself to get rid of all of the nonsense here. Make America great again, getting rid of BLM Plaza.
All right. So that was Charlie Kirk. Now, why somebody like him would celebrate that? Why? Why do they feel like that is a win for them and people like him? Why? Well, let's talk about a few things. You have to understand, anti-black racists, they are failures in life. You have to understand how much of a failure they are. They literally had a whole system handed to them that they didn't work for. FBAs built the country. They didn't build it. FBAs innovated this country. They didn't really innovate this country. They just took from FBAs. FBAs couldn't get their patents as they should. They stole their patents, stole their land, oppressed FBAs. They did everything they could, and that's how they maintained on top. And let me tell you something, with an $11 trillion wealth gap, these people have ruined this country, ruined it. How you go from the most wealthiest nation on earth to the most in debt? It wasn't FBAs that did that. It was Charlie Kirk and the gang. And when I say the gang, I'm talking about his community.
I know, maybe I'm not thinking in the whole.
They did that.
I don't have any push this out.
They feel like in order for the system to work, they have to make sure black people are down, black people are oppressed. He really thought that really hit on something, that he's out there making and I had to, of course, get rid of the music, but the music in there, he was playing, you know, that talking about hey, goodbye, whatever. That's what it was actually in the background, but we had to get that, you know, remove that part out. But why do you think that's a win for you? We don't care about no Black Lives Matter anything, sir. We don't care.
It's on the
you guys are failures. You failed every way which possible. FBAs hand you a nation that was actually pretty good. You have squandered the wealth. You have squandered the land. You have ruined the food. You have ruined the air. You have ruined the water.
Yep.
You have ruined the animals.
Yep.
Everything you have touched, you have ruined.
Yep. They have, Uncle Phil.
Give you an example. Go try to go look for healthy food. It's like a scavenger hunt.
Yep.
Why? Because they ruin the food.
Mm-hmm.
And then people that's trying to do something even in their community, like, you know, RFK want to do something about it, right? They want to fight against him with that. Because for them, it's all about some dollars at whoever's expense. It's not about the health of the, but the crazy part is the European counterparts say, you ain't giving us that trash, and they'll make sure to give them good food.
Yeah.
But they'll make sure to give us, you know, trash over here.
Like,
because they don't care about the people here. They just care about getting $1.
40 foods that's banned in other countries.
So you have taken every opportunity to redline us, gentrify us, everything you could to sabotage us. And look where you're at today.
20 chemicals that's banned.
In debt.
And other countries
in debt.
Shout out to Leonard the Judah.
You thought you was going to hurt us by mass immigration, and now, I don't know if y'all heard, Trump is going to, I didn't even know this was a law. The Alien Enemies Act?
Yep.
That he, from 1798, somewhere around there. Well, there's a law in the books that the president can detain and deport people, and they don't have due process. Did y'all know that? That was a law in the books. Now, people are getting really upset about hearing that, but I'm like, well, the law is on the books for them to use. They put that here.
Yep, he spilled the ice.
Now, if he want to just grab people up and deport them, because see, this is why he wants to do that. Mass deportations, the current laws they're using is standing in his way. So he say, oh, I found a law in the books from the 1700s. Let me get that one. And then now the people that chose the folks, you know, y'all other groups, hi, y'all chose the folks, right? Oh, watch. When Trump really started enacting that law, it's really gonna be. Look, I saw a brother there on TikTok. I kind of had to laugh at him. This brother said that he said his Mexican supervisor gave him $50,000, a 5-bedroom house, and a Tesla, and he was showing it all off to marry his sister from Mexico. I knew that stuff was gonna come. I knew that was coming. It's gonna be a lot of brothers that's gonna be probably cashing out with some of them women. I told y'all that was gonna happen way before. They're gonna be pulling up on these brothers and say, hey, can you marry me or whatever? We'll pay you, we'll do this. They do not want to go back to their homeland. A lot of them. That will be the only saving grace, is to go marry somebody. And the folks not trying to marry them, but they're gonna pull up on a lot of brothers. I already know. And they probably gonna have some success doing that, because there's a lot of brothers that's lonely. There's a lot of brothers that don't have a woman. So I can't tell a man what to do, and he been by himself for the past 5-6 years, and he been striking out. I mean, I don't know. Well, it's not love. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know. You know, men do some things when they feel desperate and lonely. I'm telling you. So the other groups hearing that, they gonna be in trouble. Because see, that what they end up doing is putting all their lot on the anti-black racists, because they say, well, if they don't treat me as bad as black people, I'm okay. And I'll show them that I can be anti-black too. So I'll be okay. And then Trump gonna get at you now. Oh, Trump gonna get at you now. Oh, let me pull up that article for y'all. Hold on, let me show y'all, because I don't want y'all to say, oh, Phil, he just saying stuff. No. Let me go to another. Give me a second. What is this? Okay, right here. Let me show y'all better than I can tell y'all. Let me pull this article up. It just popped in my head, folks. So let me show you. Let me see it. Aliens Enemies Act of 1798.
1798.
Now, the law itself says the president can authorize the arrest, relocation, or deportation of any male over the age of 14 who hail from a foreign enemy country. It also provides some legal protections for those subject to the law. But let me get let's see here, and I'll go to, let me see, because so y'all won't be saying nothing. Let me go to the liberal site. I'll go right here. Where we at? Boom. Trump expected to invoke wartime authority to speed up mass deportation effort in coming days. Okay, this is coming from CNN. So you can't say it's just coming from Fox News. They say the Trump administration is expected to invoke a sweeping wartime authority to speed up the president's mass deportation pledge in the coming days, according to sources familiar with discussions. The little-known 18th century law, the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, gives the president tremendous authority to target and remove undocumented immigrants though legal experts have argued he will face an uphill battle in court. They said that they had reported that the authority will be widely discussed as several agencies as administration officials prepared. They say to implement, they said the law, they said the primary target remains Tren de Agua, a Venezuelan organized crime group that's now operating in the United States and other countries. See, and what y'all don't understand is by him labeling the cartels and certain gangs as terror groups, he can use that law to get them out of here. You understand what I'm saying? And you know this is gonna be, I'm white and I say so. You know that, right? I hope you know that. Who gonna be in the gang? Whoever they say gonna be in the gang, right? Yeah. So now the other groups gonna be like, oh man, and then now they gonna be like, hey brother, I got African DNA too. I'm part of the diaspora.
Yeah, like Ocasio.
What? Huh? When did that happen?
Right.
It happened what? 2 days ago? You weren't talking about no diaspora then. Why you talking about the diaspora now, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's getting real out here. It's getting real. It's getting real. You know why it's getting real? Because they're desperate. They're desperate for many reasons. Their numbers have greatly went down. They're not having babies like talking about. Do you know last year Europe had a negative 500,000 deficit? They in the negative birth rates of 500,000. That's all of Europe. Did you know that? The African continent actually led with 35 million people being born in the African continent alone. After them was the Asian continent, they say with about 32 million. So the people that had the most babies was Africans and Asians. And they know everything's a numbers game. They know they're outnumbered. If they really count everybody in a proper category, they're really outnumbered, even here. But what saves them right now, these other groups want proximity to whiteness, but I promise you these groups is going to rethink that strategy by the time Trump done with them. They're going to rethink that strategy. They're going to see that everything they bet on racism, white supremacy to protect them, but in the end it's showing them, oh no, you're not on the team, bro. You're not on the team, ma'am. We got to protect this here. Yes, and you're right. FBAs are not deportable, so we not worried. That ain't got nothing to do with us. In 1798, we was on a plantation. We have never been an enemy to America. We've never attacked America. We don't come from no land that attacked anything. We haven't dropped bombs on America. Now they drop bombs on us, but we never drop bombs on America. So, not our problem. But they're desperate. And part of desperation is a thing like Black Lives Matter Plaza. Out of all the problems that we have in America, this is what you focused on? Black Lives Matter Plaza? I mean, shouldn't you be focusing on getting the economy straight? Shouldn't you be focused on stopping Ukraine and all them from doing what they're doing? Shouldn't you be focusing on what Hamas and all them are doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of things you can focus on, but you worried about Black Lives Matter on the street. You you know why they do it too? Once again, I told you, they need us to get out there and be angry. They need to take out their frustration on us. And the reason why they want to take out their frustration on us is because we don't have an embassy backing us up. So they can kind of do what they want. See, the mother groups got an embassy. The mother groups got homelands. I'm not saying their militaries are the best, but they at least got military. They got a lot of things in their countries, and they need those countries for trade or minerals or whatever the case may be. So they got to kind of be a little careful, a little bit how they handle them, but they don't have to be careful how they handle us, because nobody stands up for us. We on our own, and that's okay. We don't need nobody. We are God's children. God is on our side. You understand? The Democrats going crazy. They don't know what to do with themselves. They trying to find themselves. They trying to dance on TikTok. They trying to just do silly things. They didn't put Jasmine, fake ratchet Crockett out there. Mm-hmm. I mean, they fully don't know what to do, because we have really removed ourselves. We removed ourselves from the process. And because we removed ourselves from the process has been the biggest blessing to not only us as Black Americans, but it's been a blessing to America, because now you get to really see how the folks act when we're not around. Listen, we're here, but we're not here. And that's why they keep asking us, where y'all at? Why y'all ain't getting out there? That's why they keep trying to make us upset. Oh, this Black Lives Matter thing gonna make them upset. And you're like, well, hey, why don't they release Derek Chauvin? Okay, release him. Release him. Then what? We're gonna cry? What we gonna do? Get in the street? If you release Derek Chauvin, you're gonna hurt yourself internationally. Forget us trying to spite us. You hurt yourself, and that's been their problem. Don't y'all realize, folks? Every time you try to hurt us, you hurt yourself times 10. Don't you realize that? The only reason that happens to you because you're striking God's children. When you try to strike God's children, it's going to be a consequence in hell to pay for that. Once again, that's why you have an $11 trillion wealth gap, but yet you're poor. That's call it what it is. You're poor. If they took away the credit system tomorrow, all of you would be in a third world status. Them cars you drive and be gone. None of you can go pay your car right now. The bank say, hey, credit is gone. That's the end of it. I need that $35,000 by in the next 20 days, or I'm coming pick the car up. If your bank, those you folks, because a lot of you, 75% of y'all got houses, right? If they took away the credit system and say, hey, I need that $300,000 in the next 20 days, or I'm coming to foreclose on that house. The only reason you have what you have is because of the inflation, which y'all do with credit and all that. Y'all don't really have money like that. That's why y'all gotta have this system working. You gotta have it. And I'm telling you, the day of you oppressing FBAs and using other groups to oppress FBAs is over. I'm gonna tell you when the problem started for you. The problem started for you in 2019. made it, what is it, 400 years. And have you noticed after the 400 years of affliction, what started happening? What started happening? People that's here, what started happening after 400 years of affliction? They have had calamity ever since then, and it haven't stopped. Have you noticed that? They haven't seen 1 minute peace since 2019. Now, those of you who know your scriptures, especially our Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters in here, well, what is that? What does the scripture teach about going into a foreign land and being afflicted for 400 years, and then after that there'll be a judgment on those that afflicted God's children? Hebrew Israelites know about that scripture. Sure, it looked like that's what's happening, right? Just like they thought, oh, Donald Trump gonna save us. Oh, no. On the contrary, he's gonna tear y'all world up. This man ain't been in office a year and y'all losing your mind. And I'm not talking about us. We fine. And trust me, this 4 years of Trump, we gonna be just fine. I'm talking about FBAs. We gonna be fine. I promise you, we gonna be okay. I promise you. But the folks, on the other hand, is about to have 4 years of pure hell. Look at what Trump doing. He messing with Canada, not our problem. He messing with the EU, not my problem, right? He got everybody going crazy. We talking about within his own community. See, in the past, they just mess with everybody outside the community. Trump like, nah, get them. They ripping me off too. I don't like them either. Like Trump is going in on his own. And the more Trump do that, that is a blessing for FBAs. But now listen to these Boule members, they're like, oh, he's doing this. He's firing half of the Department of Education. Okay. Department of Education never benefited us anyway. Fire them. Because at one point in time in our history, we didn't have a Department of Education. Matter of fact, we couldn't even go to school with the folks. And guess what? Our teachers and our schools was doing so much better than what we get, the education we're getting now. I've talked to elder brothers and sisters that said that the teachers used to come to their house and check on them. If they got sick, the teachers would go to their house and teach them at their house. You ain't got no teachers in your community doing that today. And we didn't have no Department of Education. We had a community. You understand? So take the Department of Education, take it. And I know the folks that said a long time ago, I'm an accelerationist, I am. Because I'm like, look, if the current system isn't working for FBAs, then let's try something different. So if Trump wanna tear it up, go ahead. Let's see how it works then. Because our life has been tore up for 400 some odd years. Shoot. I'm not worried about what Trump is doing. Oh, you heard about the tariffs? Not my problem. Black people been paying high prices for food. You do the research. In black communities, you pay higher prices for food. You pay higher prices for gas. You pay higher prices for health care. We've been having a tariff. It's called the black tariff. We've been paying tariffs forever. So now y'all got to start paying tariffs, folks. Now y'all got to start paying a higher price. Well, welcome to our world. We used to that. We don't care about no tariffs. We've been getting tariffed. Every day in this country, we paying a tariff. We try to get a business, we got to pay high tariffs on that. Our schools are horrible. We paying a high tariff on that and taxes. Man, come on. Black folks, don't even get caught up in that crying about, oh, the tariffs. You see what Trump doing? The stock market, man, the majority of black people don't got no stocks. That's for the most part, that's a rich man problem. Man, some middle class people got stocks, yes. In our community, yes, some of us do. But you investing. Investments, you can lose them. That's why a lot of people invest in real estate. Get something tangible in your hand. That's why real estate has been the biggest investment for a lot of people. But don't be crying about no tariffs. Let Trump do whatever he wants to do. Let him do it. Trust me, we are good. Stay out the way. Let the folks figure it out on their own. Just let them figure it out. They got it. Remember, they say they're so smart, so let them figure that out. These other groups, they gonna get a comeuppance too. You know why these other groups gonna get it? It's because they sided with them against us. They had a choice. They could have sided with God's children, and they chose not to. They said, no, I'd rather go with those who are in allegiance with the devil. I'd rather go with him instead of being in allegiance with God's children. And then they're going to try to come double back and say, oh, we made a mistake. We see the error in our ways. Please, FBAs, come on, like, let's unify. Like, half at bro. Go over there. We are over here minding our business, staying out of the problems. We're not stepping out there because we know if we step out there, they're going to declare martial law. We already know. And that's good. They're going to do, if we step out there, they're going to do that because it's not for us to be out there. That's why. We've done enough. We have done enough for America as FBAs. We have told them. We have preached to them. We told them about justice. We told them about the economy. We told them about taxes. We told them about the food. We told them about the health care. We told them about the education. We told them about the police. We told them about the DAs. We told them about the judges. We told them about Congress. We told them about the FBI. We told them about the DOJ. We told anything you could think of, we told them. What more should we say now? We said enough. We said enough. Well, I heard that claim. You talking about eggs? I heard that they said supposedly the price of eggs is dropping. I mean, you know, let's call it is about eggs. You don't have to eat eggs. Oh, you want eggs that bad? Get you a couple of chickens and a couple of roosters, and like go old school. Get your chicken coop, get your couple of roosters, some chickens, and go the old school way if you want to. That's what our old people did. Our old people had their own chickens, so they got their eggs for free. Go back to that. If you just gotta have eggs and you just can't afford it, how much eggs you eating a day anyway? I just want to know how much eggs you eating. I mean, now if you bodybuilding and you need the protein, you'll eat a little bit more eggs, but you know, the average person don't eat a lot of eggs anyway. Should go to Costco and get that 24 pack. That's what I do. I go get a couple of 24 packs and I'm good at least for a little bit. Yeah. See, Javon was listening. Javon says, like you said, they perfected it on us. Now they're using it against them. Correct. But see, here's the thing, Javon. They can't endure what we endure. Trust me, I'm telling you, by the time Trump get out of office, you're like, what happened to them people? What happened to them? They going to lose their mind. And they going to be saying, how is it y'all so calm? How is it y'all so nonchalant? Do y'all see what's going on? And like, yeah, we've been living that forever. It's nothing to us. We cool. Now, I want to get into, and I'm glad I mentioned this. I'm gonna go ahead on and get into the next video I want to get into that's going to illustrate what other groups, why they want us to get involved. But we're going to go ahead on and make that review on the app. So if you're not on the app, make sure you download the app in the Google Play and Apple App Store. You create an account, and monthly, quarterly, or yearly, annual, or lifetime. You choose that. But we're going to go there and get into this review because, you know, we can't do that here because we're not going to get in trouble with YouTube. So we thank y'all for listening to us tonight. You know, Friday night we're going to be on the app. But those of you who are already on the app, about to go on the app, we're going to go ahead and finish this off. So make sure we appreciate y'all coming by, and we continue on.
Darling Radio, like and subscribe. Darling Radio.
All right, let's see what it does.
Well, he's right. I mean, about black people being easy. No, we should stare at black ass here and do other things like, fun things or get our shit together without really talking about it, talking to us. Every time we see one of the people, the folks, they will find a way to upset black people's balance. I look what I just went through.
Yeah.
This is the when I'll get onto the RPA, but the thing is that we can't allow them to be trying to, pull us out or whatever. What if we don't want to come out? We ain't got to come out. And there's nothing happening that's really affecting us. These are nonsensical distractions. They'll just keep doing what they keep doing. They'll hurt somebody. They'll lie about it. Get the dick shit going on. We've got a lot of things going on, so they're just gonna keep fucking with us, trying to drag us out there. And in reality, we're fucking ourselves up. I've been saying, we're fucking ourselves up. They don't give a damn about nothing and nobody. They selfish. And like I said, I got 3 weeks of fucking solid proof, visual solid proof about that where they were continuously harassing me. And maybe I should have reported it. Maybe I should just put my hair back up. Who knows? But all I know is that these folks don't. They hit it with the color. I didn't realize. But what I do realize though is this: we're gonna have to do better things for our emotional consolidation. And so we can keep carrying ourselves distance-wise, like no matter what. Go ahead, Jasmine. I'm done with my comment.
All right, thank you, ladies. I'm about to show up. I have one more topic to Gavin Newsom, man.
Like and subscribe.
All right, so the last topic for the night, Black Family, is going to be radio caller leaks Black Caucus letter to Gavin Newsom requesting reparations money for personal ties.
What?
Yeah.
That's some kind of treason.
Welcome to the Real South Africa Traveling Tourism.
I am Dr. Latasha Blanton.
And I'm Mark Blanton, and the owners.
Thank you so much for tuning in. I am so excited to be with you today for this most important conversation. How many of you all know that in this Trump time, I was just talking, in fact, not too long ago with Brother Phil, the founder of this great network, and he and I were just talking about all the stuff and the different moving parts that's happening with under the Trump administration and the chaos. But one of the things that's so important to notice is that status quo continues to happen when things are normal and you're comfortable. Now, you all know I'll criticize Trump just as fast as I can. But one of the good things about this chaos that's being created is even other complacent folks that are involved are not able, baby, to remain comfortable. And one thing for foundational Black Americans, one thing for those of us that are responsible for the building of this country, one thing for those of us that are true founding fathers and mothers of this country, baby, we are not going to sit back on our laurels and get excited about democratic obstruction because they want us to be comfortable while we sit here and suffer. No, baby. We're going to get in where we fit in the middle of this chaos. Talk black to me, somebody. Let me hit my gavel on that. Family. Now, certainly you all know that I've been doing coverage on this organization known as CJEC. Yes, CJEC, representing those that are a community of groups of California organizations advocating, organizing, mobilizing for lineage-based reparations and reparative justice. Yes, very, 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 very important conversation. Family, one of the on-the-ground activists and directors that is a major part of this organization, I find to be very, very, very interesting, very, very intelligent, and somebody, baby, that's watching the gatekeepers. And how many of you all know that in addition to the our federal demand for reparations, yes, there are also local and state organizations in different cities throughout the country. California is one of those cities to where they have gotten major traction in their state for their demand for reparations. Yes, how many of y'all know that it wasn't just the federal government that violated us? It was state and local and city governments, there were corporations and others. Yes, family. He was on a radio show, a pretty famous radio show. In fact, one of my people on the ground there told me that this radio host, Miss Dominique here, and some of you out there said that she's actually media royalty, considered to be media royalty because of her family legacy there in California. Yes, well, she does a regular daily broadcast on KBLA 1580 out there in California. Now, my understanding is, if I haven't mistaken, I believe that's Tavis Smiley's new radio station. Well, she has her show on his station as well there. And I believe it's called First Things First with Dominique DePrima. Yes. So my understanding is this is her broadcast on this particular day. Now, this broadcast was, I think, a couple of 2-3 hours long or whatever, but I listened to the whole interview that she did with our brother, and that interview was over an hour, and they took calls. Family, 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 family. Are y'all ready for this juice? Are y'all ready for this juice? She had on Brother Chris Larkson. That's the one that I told you is a part of one of the major directors, activists on the ground for reparations. This brother is just brilliant, in my opinion, from what I've heard and seen so far. Family, she brought him on. They were taking calls. People was leaking all kind of people calling in with all kind of conversation. You can imagine how that goes after she does her initial interview with him, and then start taking calls, right? Family, are you ready? I want the team to get ready to play this brief part of this radio segment where someone calls in, family, to talk about the legislative Black Caucus. That's California's Black legislators there, right? There are a lot of different moving players. Y'all watch what the caller and Brother Chris are getting ready to reveal to us about what your Black lawmakers and legislators, remember, they're the ones that obstructed and sabotaged the reparations that went down there when they was moving it forward on the floor there. Remember, for them to begin to cut the checks and get the agencies and all that stuff done, right? Remember, we were told that Gavin Newsom threatened them, right? Remember, they came out and acted like their hands was tied. Remember the Black Democrats there, right? And remember, they got upset with one of the Republicans that actually brought it to the floor, which ended up exposing the Democrats for back dealing, because he was basically breaking down the fact it's the Democrats whose names is on the bill, but it's the Democrats that sabotage their own bill, right? That's what we were told, right? I have to remind y'all of that. Remember, y'all's a liberal governor out there, we were told, threatened the Black Legislative Caucus, remember? And so they claimed that they got scared. So they pulled back from their own reparations bill right before the federal elections, remember? Are y'all ready for this juice? Watch and listen, I should say. Listen to this brief clip.
And I think there are people and nonprofits who want some of that $6 million that is in the bill, SB 437, and also some of the money that is not in that bill that's left over from what the governor's office and the legislature approved last year in that $12 million reparations implementation funding. So I think there's funding and nonprofit interest involved, and I've said that publicly, and we've known that for sure, for a fact, since sometime late last summer when the Black Caucus actually sent a letter to the governor saying, give some of this money that you put for reparations implementation, that you put to implement reparations actual policy, instead give it to nonprofits and let us pick our friends and our nonprofit pets, I call them, to give them this funding.
Okay, let me ask you a question that piggybacks.
I think there's a financial interest also.
Got it. Let me piggyback on Chad's question and ask you this. If, let's say, there's a miracle and a Saley's bill passes, why would SB 437 not impact that?
Well, because 437 does not require, our bill 1315 does not require any study to start actual genealogy work. Now, to be quite honest, 437 is such a bad bill. That bill has to die. We don't need, so I'm just going to be completely honest, it's in the interest of all the bills for that study bill to die, because none of the bills that the Black Caucus wants to do can happen without that study or this.
Right.
Again,
so we agree on that, Chris. That's why I called it last week a poison pill. And that's why I'm saying, why would your agency or bureau bill, agency bill be immune to that poison pill?
Agency, yeah. So, well, one, because our bill specifically is for the American freedmen, right? So our bill specifically is for those who are descendants of those who were emancipated in this specific country. And we are talking about those who are descendants who have inherited that legal and that political status. So our bill in its language itself does not require any additional study, but you are absolutely right. You are absolutely right to raise the risk that if that 437 bill does happen, it could impact any other bill that comes anywhere after for this particular group of people. So you are absolutely right. There is a risk, not just to those other Black Caucus bills, but to our bill too, because we are saying that we need more study to know how to do genealogy. We don't need more study to know how to do genealogy. We need to do genealogy, and that's what our bill does.
Right. I'm trying to keep our answers short so we can get to everybody. Chad, did you have a follow-up, or are you good?
I did have one quick follow-up, if you wouldn't mind.
Go ahead.
So, Chris, again, 437 being verbatim Governor Newsom's language, my question is, do you think the governor's writing policies for the California Black Caucus so they'll put forward only the things that he approves of?
Oh, I think that's absolutely clear. I mean, one, we have literal evidence of that.
So you think he approves of that agency? So you think he approves of the Bureau?
I think he approves of studying and doing more research and not doing anything until there's more study and more research, as evidenced by the bill that he wrote for the Black Caucus, which Chad absolutely rightly points out. 437, which is a poison pill, 437 is written by Governor Gavin Newsom. And Governor Gavin Newsom gave that language to folks in the Black Caucus.
Yeah, we talked.
I'm to clean you up. You're going to go number 2 if this shit is going number 1. No, it's just her. This clip is like 30 minutes long, so you're good.
Ooh, wait! Did you all hear that? Did you all hear this brother expose with direct information and receipts, family, with his own testimony, referring to the specific bills, SB 437, which is Gavin Newsom's bill that he wrote, as opposed to their own bill, which is 1315, I believe? Did you hear him break down the fact that they had more than enough proof that the California Legislative Black Caucus wrote to him, meaning Gavin Newsom? So those out there, your Black representatives, wrote to Gavin Newsom asking for some of the money that's supposed to be for reparations for Black Californians. They wanted some of that money, and they wanted to direct the nonprofit organizations and some of their other interests in that. The brother made it clear that it's a poison pill, that bill 437 that he said was written by Gavin Newsom, right? And he said that the Black Caucus wanted him to write the bill and to stand behind it so they can say why they have to stand behind the bill, because this is the one that the governor wrote, but they back dealing behind the scenes with all that. You got your black looking people. How many of y'all know I've taught you over the years that there's a difference between black people and black looking people? Do you all understand? So when you come to us and say, well, don't say this about that, when you coming against your own people, they not our people. When there's an infiltrator, when there's a saboteur, they got to have the saboteur, the infiltrator, and the spy to look like you. Don't ever get it twisted when Vicky Dilla calls out somebody that look like us and they not really us. Our brother said that they wrote Governor Newsom. I thought these were supposed to be the people that's supposed to be fighting for reparations. I thought these were just the people that said, we're so scared. Gavin Newsom threatened us if we didn't sabotage the bill. Remember we reported on that? Remember that was what was coming out of the mouths of your fake looking, funny looking lawmakers, and they got so upset with that Republican because the Republican exposed them by bringing that bill to the floor just to show you all that they were going to vote against their own bill. Well, apparently it's a lot more that's going on, according to our brother, who's one of the leaders of CJAC, yes? He said what? He said that your legislative Black Caucus wrote the governor. He said they want some of that $6 million is supposed to be set aside for reparations.
Babies and tether squad.
And he said not only for those particular interests and nonprofits so they can control them. He said they wanted some of the other $12 million that was previously set aside for implementation of the reparations. Do you all see how they buck dance in front of your face, pretend like they for you, but they're the ones that's behind the scenes working with this white liberal against you?
Yeah.
Do you all see why they don't like folk like us that's giving you this type of news and that's pushing these important narratives and stuff that's actually happening on the ground with people that's doing the work? Shout out to our brother, Chris Logson, that's out there doing the work with his intelligent self, that's watching them like a hawk. This was deep.
Yeah.
So on the one hand, they got y'all thinking, okay, when the bill come forward, we got to go with this with the SB 437 because this what Gavin Newsom done put together. We got to stand behind what the governor doing. But y'all working with the governor with the language so that you can use that as justification for stalling reparations.
Yeah.
This is some real devilment right here.
Yeah, it is.
Do you all understand now why I continue to tell you that your lawmakers are your lawbreakers?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear our brother break down the fact that he said when they wrote the letter asking for some of the certain of the money to be set aside and all this other kind of stuff? Watch this. The $6 million that was set aside with the current, and then the 12 million so they can tap into the 12 million from the previous implementation, reparations implementation money from before.
Diabolically wicked. No.
I'm gonna need you Californians to rise up and to really start exposing your black so-called legislators out there. Mm-hmm. And we are gonna help you do it because we're about that life and the interest of our people for real, for real. Yes. I want to remind y'all of something real quick. How many of y'all saw my coverage a few years ago? I did 2 or 3 broadcasts. Look, y'all know I will talk about something when it first come out, and then I will talk about it again when I believe it needs to be talked about again, because this is about action and changing our condition. How many of you all remember I did a couple of different broadcasts on Barack Obama? He did a piece, he did an interview in the Atlantic, for the Atlantic. How many of y'all know that when he was in office, he admitted during this interview that the reason why he wasn't for reparations, he said he believed that the condition of black folks that we're in right now has everything to do with chattel slavery. It has to do with a lot of the other injustices. He talked about Jim Crow. He made a beautiful case as a constitutional lawyer, and at the time as the sitting president of the United States, for why we're entitled to reparations. He made the case better than we could make it. But he said, as justification for not pushing it while he was president, y'all remember what Obama said? President Obama said it's not fair that Asians and Hispanics, they gonna look up and say, as immigrants, we ain't have nothing to do with slavery, so why should we have to pay it? Y'all remember that?
Their troubles will keep.
How many of y'all remember me covering
On growing.
that while Obama was in office, and they love to tell you what they can't do, he said
it's wild work. Yeah.
that Asian immigrants and Latino immigrants gonna say they didn't have nothing to do with reparations, so he don't need to. That's why he don't think it's fair that he has to push it. And then when Ta-Nehisi Coates, that's the one that did the interview with him.
Yeah, oh my.
How many of y'all remember that? Ta-Nehisi Coates said, well, when it came down, you know, to the German Holocaust and all this other kind of stuff, and he connected the dots. Obama gonna cut him off and say, well, they had some of their people that survived the Holocaust, so they could give testimony to that this property belonged to us, this jewelry belonged to us. What, ninja?
Yeah.
How many of y'all know that we had living Oklahomians that were still alive? How many of y'all know we had direct testimony? Receipts and all kinds of other evidence and proofs and paperwork to prove we enslaved. Ain't nobody confused about slavery for Black Americans.
We met
But it was
Dan
Obama
Hughes.
that was using it as an excuse to obstruct our just demand for reparation while validating it for others.
Viola Fletcher's younger brother.
Do you all know that when you validate reparations for others, you're validating it for folks that's in other countries? Do you all know the United States, we the ones help pay reparations for them through our Marshall Bill and other stuff? Do you all know that we went over there and fought the war, supposedly to help free them from Hitler? We turn around and help them rebuild Europe? Do you all know that we sent some of our best and brightest over there, engineers, construction workers, and a whole bunch of other skilled experts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Stay tuned over the upcoming next few days. I'm doing a broadcast exposing the fact that, do you all know that the IRS is giving reparations tax write-offs to foreigners? I'm not even gonna tell you what country. Y'all gonna scream and holler and scream and holler and scream and holler some more. And some of you all leaked that information to me after you saw my coverage on Ukrainians getting Social Security.
Be patient.
All kind of stuff is coming out left and right about the stuff that your government on both the Republican and Democrat side is allowing actual tangibles for migrants from all kind of other countries. And y'all gonna scream and holler. Stay tuned for that in the upcoming days. Let me remind you of something else. I ain't gonna be before you long. How many of y'all know that video speaks for itself, don't it? And them some powerful breakdown on what I just told you. I don't even want to mess with it, to be honest, because what he said is so outrageous. And it's not something that the California Legislative Black Caucus can deny, because it's been actually out there before. It just hadn't gotten the traction it deserves. They're used to playing in our faces. This is the reason why I didn't cry when they fired Joy.
Right.
This is the reason why I didn't care nothing about the fact they didn't renew Angela Rye's contract on CNN.
Right.
This is the reason why I don't care that the Democrat Party threw Roland Martin away.
Right.
Because they don't use those positions to reparations. They backdealing and trying to justify status quo. They out there telling you all the reasons why illegal immigrants need legal status. And your black taxpayer dollars. How many of y'all remember? I'm reading from this Cal Matters article. This is from September 2024, about 6 months ago, by Wendy Fry. Headline: California will apologize for slavery as a part of reparations push. How many of y'all know I covered this right here on the African Diaspora News channel?
Yep, you sure did.
What did I cover? Remember, this is right before the election. Remember, there's a whole bunch of buildup out of California, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they sabotage it right before the federal elections. They sabotage on the local level, and your black legislators there told you, well, Gavin Newsom threatened us.
Mm-hmm.
And I told y'all, I don't care if he threatened them.
Right.
We'll expose him being a liberal for threatening them, but you still supposed to do the right thing.
Right.
What does it say? This article from September 2024 says what? This is what they decided to do instead of giving reparations. California governor signed a slate of bills today aimed at beginning the process of reparations for Black descendants of enslaved people, including a measure that requires the state to apologize for perpetuating slavery. That's the priority. We're going to give you an apology. We're going to give you some words to pay your bills. Words to put your kids through college. Words to start your business. The headline of the bill signed by Governor Gavin Newsom requires officials to sign and display a plaque in the state capitol that includes the following, quote, the state of California apologizes for perpetuating the harms African Americans face by having imbued racial prejudice through segregation, public and private discrimination, and unequal dispersal of state and federal funding, and declares that such actions shall not be repeated. Did y'all hear what I said? The headliner bill signed by Governor Newsom requires, it says, officials to sign and display a plaque. Family, how do I even drag that good? That action alone is dragging itself, isn't it? That action alone is driving itself, dragging itself. That is a spit in our face and a knife in our back. That's after they sabotaged the bill, remember? Newsom, Assembly Speaker Robert Rivers, Senate Leader Mike McGrew, and State Supreme Court Chief Justice Patricia Guerrero all named on the official apology. Get official apology. Quote, the state of California accepts responsibility for the role we played in promoting, facilitating, and permitting the institution of slavery, as well as its enduring legacy of persistent racial disparities, the governor said in the statement. Quote, building on decades of work, California is now taking another important step forward in recognizing the grave injustice of the past and making amends for the harms caused. The article goes on to say California joins a half a dozen states, including Alabama and Florida, issuing a formal apology. This is a monumental achievement born from a 2-year academic study of losses suffered by Black Americans in California due to systemic bigotry and racism, said Assembly Member Reggie Jones Sawyer, who authored the apology bill and also served on the California Reparations Task. Man, if y'all don't, quote, healing can only begin with apology. No, checks, apologize. I take apologies for checks nowadays. How many of y'all know that that's a part of accountability? How many of y'all know that the reason why the word accountability is accountability because the root word is account, and you can take it to the bank? Checks are a form of accountability for Vicky Dillard. Yeah. All of the sorry, the penitence, all of that, I can feel all of that real good with a check. I feel the hurt, the pain. When you write me a check, I can go. This is, I said they taking full accountability because I can count it. Somebody put a banking emoji in the chat. I wish I could go look at it right now, but I want to read a little bit more of this little wicked article. Somebody put it. Well, I'm gonna read a little bit more. And I'm gonna be done. Somebody put a bank emoji in the chat. Somebody put a check in the chat. Somebody put some cash in the chat. Somebody say cut the check.
Here in the living room. It's like, yes, it's in that. At least bad.
Slavery wasn't officially legal in California, but was tolerated in the state's early history. The formal apology was one of more than 100 recommendations made in 2023 report by California Task on Reparations for the Effects of Slavery. The panel found that the discriminatory laws and unlawful property seizures contributed to significant gaps in wealth, education, and health for generations of Black Californians. The task force recommended direct cash payments for descendants to repair the damage, but so far, the legislature has not taken that up as a recommendation. I bet you haven't. Now that we know that y'all, according to our dear brother, CJAC leader, Mr. Chris Lodson, told us. Y'all wrote Gavin Newsom a letter.
Oh.
with your little wicked selves, asking for some of that money so that you can direct it to some of your special interest nonprofit groups and other, not only the 6 million, but he said also some of the 12 million that was set aside for the implementation of reparations prior to. That's low down and dirty.
Yeah, it is.
Y'all know I right by now I would have pulled out my book, How White Folks Got So Rich. I would have pulled out several of Dr. Clark's books right now on you. I would have pulled out some of my other thick receipts. I don't want to pull out none of that. I'm showing you right here and now the sabotage from black-looking legislators. And when you wonder why we're not in the conditioning we're in, we can't just put this on white people. It's them working with him behind the scenes. And the question now is, what are you going to do about it? The question now is, now that we see that one of the big stumbling blocks have been exposed, and your black legislators cannot deny it. Now I'm finna get out of here, but I ain't no disrespect. My people on the ground in California tell me that this Miss Dominique lady, whose radio broadcast you saw there, they tell me that she's, she comes from a legacy of her family and all that other kind of stuff because of, their media and politics and all that other kind of stuff. But I'm gonna tell you something I did not like. I heard the whole interview. She was getting on my nerves. I'm gonna be honest. Now, one of my sisters out there said, well, Vicky, she did some good stuff. Honey, I don't know about that. I just know she's suspect to me. Because when I watched this whole, again, y'all know we only going to show y'all little bits, just short clips. But family, to me, she wasn't really holding Democrats as accountable as she should. And she wasn't as upset. She was more upset about the Republican involvement. Yeah. We're not D1, meaning Democrat first. We B1, black first. See, that's the problem with y'all. When you decide to associate and to prioritize your political label, you will get mad about a Republican racism, but you will embrace a Joe Biden racism.
Were you able to get it?
You will point out that the Republicans are against reparations, but you won't say how the Democrats are absolutely against reparations. When they stood on the stage when Obama ran, all the Democrats said hell to the no except for percentage to reparations. For a Democrat presidential debate.
You have a hair tie on one of these bags.
When Obama was first in office, they had the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives.
Some one of the bags.
He used that little short window of power to push through health care for everybody else and not for reparations. They picked and choose who they was going to give that time and that power to. The same in the beginning with the Biden administration. When Biden first got in office, they had the House, the Senate, and the White House. We don't need you funny-looking bootlegs telling us that we need a civics class to understand how government works. No, we don't need your assistance. Because when you all had it all, you chose not to use it specifically for your most faithful voting bloc to do what was right. Not just because we were Democrats and we gave y'all power for so many generations, but because it's the right thing to do for America at large. So every time y'all run y'all mouth and tell us, well, what Republican we gonna find to get us? Republicans we didn't even need no Republicans who wanted reparations. We just needed all the Democrats to be on board.
Right.
And you shown yourselves to be fried chicken eating.
Fried chicken.
Fish fry eating.
Fish fry.
Amazing Grace singing, wearing robes in your Baptist church.
And we shall overcome.
Being a kind enemy in our face. And when it comes down to results, you have absolutely nothing to show for it. I believe in fried chicken. Just for the record. I said, I believe in some fried chicken.
Behind them goddamn.
Okay, what am I about to say? You just don't eat it every day. Everything got to be balanced. You got to have your fruit and vegetables and supplements and stuff. You can't have no fried chicken every day. But I believe in fried chicken. I like the crunch, the taste. It's a gourmet experience for me as a girl from down south. I enjoy fried chicken and ain't nobody going to make me mad about it. No. But I don't need the Democrats to give me fried chicken. You see?
Mississippi.
I can buy my fried chicken. I can get my assistant, my mom, to make me some fried chicken. You see how that goes? You can't woo me with chicken.
Can't woo me.
Right.
And I'm sure not going to be in nobody's choir singing no Amazing Grace.
Right.
No.
Right.
And letting that throw you off from demanding tangibles for your people.
Right.
Are Black to me somebody? Y'all know I can go further with this, but I don't even want to go deep with this right now with no historical nothing. We see the history now. And I'm asking California, and I'm asking the rest of my Foundation of Black brothers and sisters. I'm asking my American freedmen, what y'all gonna do about assisting CJ, and those other folks that's on the ground exposing this stuff? I don't want to hear nobody ever on no day tell me what's the solution.
Yeah,
Chris Logson is one that's on the ground giving us the solution. You go help the solution that's on the ground. You make it greater and more effective, and help to get these Black-looking legislators out of office and continue to call out the Democrat Party, Gavin Newsom, and all the rest of them. Yes, if they can give hundreds of billions of dollars to illegal criminals from jumping the border to come to this country and demand that we continue to give them housing and jobs and resources and to clear their records, something that they don't even advocate for you. Instead, they say, let's give you an apology on a plaque. Now it's on us. What we gonna do about it? My name is Vicky Dilla, beloved. Don't you dare miss my broadcast. Normally I'm live Tuesday through Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern. Brother Phil should be live with you tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Yes, and be sure to share check out my other.
Subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, thank you, Queen Vicky.
Thank you, Vicky. Always good for the war room. There's a little bit more perspective. Ever since Gavin Newsom said no that first time, I said it from there, and he's been an enemy to Black people since.
Yeah.
But fuck a plaque. What that mean? You're basically alluding that should never happen. Well, you're making that up. That's a lie. Just with the previously. Secondly, that's like a crime bill too, and allegedly inside of that little plaque. It'll never happen again. That's a fucking lie.
Yeah.
And they know it. So I think that, of course, what CJ doing, they've been on the
Yeah.
all that shit that we did, only for fucking what is it? Simone Big Bag Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Right on there. And the lady from California, they should already know how it felt. Long and pressurized. We've been doing it.
What's her damn name? Moore.
I gotta watch it.
Shanika Moore.
Don't call me on it. I gotta watch it. But I'm pretty sure that's the bride from California. I just think that they are trying to
Camilla Moore.
Drag this out or something. Like, okay, let's talk about reparations again. That's how we're gonna get these individuals back over here. And in reality, it's supposed to be a marathon, family.
Not a sprint.
If it came that easy, shit would be that easy.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't that easy for a reason, because they ain't gonna give it to us like that.
Not willingly.
Not like that. Yeah, and we're waiting on fucking old Trump events to get petty.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna be here for a minute. So
Yeah.
we might as well just keep doing the work that we're doing in our respective states.
Mm-hmm.
And really focusing on that, because we got a couple of years of this madness, and we all can't be suffering. Like, I literally am a recipient of these benefits, and they said that they're taking it away.
You're not going to take them away.
Even though they say you got to do this and that,
That's fair.
I already did this and that.
Just repeal it.
I actually did that. So we got to this point. So it's just pulling us.
I gotta read the paperwork.
It's on there. We have it right there, but the thing. We got to do a lot of work. And in fact, whatever they're doing, I don't believe in any of this shit right now. Whatever he's talking about, stimulus or not, that really can't happen. We got to get, family, if you got a chance, buy a motherfucking taxes right now, right fucking now. And make sure you get it done right, even if it's just a state. Just get it done. So it starts flowing away with money. Just because you don't know. I still don't know what's going on. My Social Security claim. Disability claim. So I feel like they're really fucking with us.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a serious thing. It's scary. I'm scared because whatever little bit of income I got, it has to go to paying everything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I can't pay the internet when you got no real shows. You know what I mean?
I have a hotspot for backup, but yeah.
Still costs money.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they ended the program.
Yeah. So, a lot of things we gotta figure out. And we don't have much of a window. Like my shit is, I need to file an appeal or do something by the 31st. That's only how many days away?
15.
Yeah. So, I'm going to do the RBA
Tomorrow or today. It's today now.
Oh my God. The way we got the room set up right now, it's kind of hard for me to see the computer. And I can't sit over there in the chair with Jesse sitting. Because it hurts the girl parts. So I'll figure it out from over here. But eventually I'm gonna be over there. And I got a show to get the woman show. All kinds of shit going on. So I want to touch on some of these topics. I kind of got to get it set up already. So yeah.
Alrighty. I'm going to close off the show now. I'm almost at the 5-hour mark in 10 minutes. So appreciate everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Leonard DeJuda for tapping in with us at the end.
Yeah.
Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Mac. Anybody win, lose, Kahari. Anybody that was peeking and not speaking. Anybody's going to listen to the playback. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Crewman and Lady Che, fresh out the hospital, signing out from the mile-high income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace.
What's up?